Okay, members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Members of council, if I can please have members take their seats. Thank you. This meeting is now resumed. I would like to call on Mayor Tory to lead council in a tribute to Cynthia Lai.
Well, thank you, Speaker. This is the first time that we've gathered together since we lost our very dear friend and colleague, Cynthia Lai. I want to thank her family, especially her husband, C.K. Fung, and her sons, Derek and Darren Fung, who are seated right here with us, and we're so honored they're here with us today. I want to thank them for joining us today to pay tribute to Cynthia as a city councillor, but also as a wonderful human being. I hope that you feel the support and the love from all of us today. Cynthia was always so justifiably proud of her family, and you are the greatest tribute to her life and to her legacy. And we hope that we can convey to you through these few very inadequate words today how thankful we are that we saw Cynthia's warm and hopeful and positive presence here in City Hall over the past 4 years. You know, when it came to putting a focus on getting to yes, which is so much of the challenge that we face here is getting to yes on problems, she was a role model. And for that matter, she was a role model when it came to collegiality and getting along and the kind of collaboration that is so necessary for this place to work. I want the family to know, all of you that are here today and the broader family, that we continue to support you, as I told you in person a few moments ago, as we mourn the loss of your wife and mother, just as we miss her presence here. Even before we all knew her as Councillor Lai, I had the privilege of knowing Cynthia for more than 20 years. Over all those years, including the years here at City Hall, she demonstrated strength, a kind of quiet strength. I think we all recognize that in her, a persistence, a professionalism in politics, and in business. She was, as has been noted many times, a singular accomplishment, the first Chinese-Canadian woman elected to the position of president of the Toronto Real Estate Board, a big, important organization in our city. She was, plain and simple, I think if you tried to summarize what she was a good person. She was a good person, and that's what motivated her to be in public life. She was an incredibly cheerful optimist. No matter what day it was, no matter what was going on here, or I'm sure in the rest of her life, she was always professional, she was always respectful, and she was good at whatever she did. And I think all of us would be hard-pressed to remember a single encounter we ever had here with her where she wasn't smiling and trying her very hardest to see the best of even the most difficult of situations. We need more people like her in all of our lives because she is somebody that could bring a smile to your face as well. I am proud to have had the opportunity to serve with her at City Council, and I know that everybody in this room who had that opportunity feels the same way. For the last 4 years, Cynthia represented the people of Ward 23, Scarborough North, with diligence, with elegance, and we're thankful for her service. In addition to representing her constituents in Scarborough North, which she did so proudly, in addition to sitting on the Scarborough Community Council, she served on budget and economic and community development committees. She was a member of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors, and she, of course, there spoke to the well-being of all cities and municipalities in Canada, but in particular represented the City of Toronto. And she participated in standing committees focused on anti-racism and equity, increasing women's participation in municipal government, and international relations. Something that is less known because she did it, again, in that quiet way that she did things. She took a very strong and determined leadership role in the fight against anti-Asian racism, something which sadly grew during the time of the pandemic right here in our own city. I can tell you, because I was working with her on this, that she was instrumental in forming and leading an excellent working group from the community that helped us to develop an action plan to combat anti-Asian racism. And while we go about implementing that plan, I can just tell you that the determination to implement it will be even greater because we can do so in her memory. Cynthia received the Duke of Edinburgh Silver Medal and the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal for her significant community service in many different areas of life, contributions that she made throughout her career. And you know, we all know this because she demonstrated it, but she also worked hard to help people who shared her ancestry. She was very proud of her Chinese heritage and a proud Chinese Canadian, both proud of her Chinese ancestry, but also proud to be a Canadian. She was such a friendly and warm presence here at City Hall, and I know I speak for all of the members of council, some of whom may wish to speak for themselves, when I say that she'll be deeply missed. As I said at her celebration of life, where I was privileged to speak on behalf of, I really believe, all the people of the City of Toronto and people in Scarborough North and this council, she's left a legacy that she can be proud of and that we can all be proud of. And now it's up to all of us in whatever capacity we knew her to make sure that that legacy, and I've just touched on small parts of it today, continues. And so today we mourn her and we send all of our love and support to the members of her family. We are thankful for her service. We are thankful for her warmth and for her kindness, and we will never forget her. And may she rest in peace with the love and the respect of a very grateful city. Thank you, Speaker.
If I can have members of council to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Members of council, would you please remain standing and remember Jack Diamond, John Nichols, Cameron Watt, and Lillian Adamakis. Thank you. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting. Members of council, staff, and the public are participating in today's meeting remotely and in person, and the meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. And I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today who are watching the meeting online. Members of council, this is a special meeting to consider the report from the striking committee and new business on the main agenda. Under council's procedures, no new business items such as motions without notice may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. I will now call upon the deputy mayor to introduce the striking committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 1 of the striking committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, you have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I move that new business from city officials and the mayor listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. I don't see any. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time?
Speaker?
Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I am rising today to deliver 749 petitions submitted by residents of Ward 4, Parkdale High Park. The petition reads, I am writing today to ask that you help to uphold a fundamental part of our democracy, that decisions are made by a majority vote at City Council. I am asking... The petition continues. I am asking you to oppose Premier Doug Ford's undemocratic Bill 39. This undemocratic move comes without consultation and is being imposed on residents. Taking power away from our local representatives takes power away from residents, and it is not how we are going to get more done at City Hall. Instead, it is a slippery slope that opens the door for decisions that could harm our city. We know that we can build a better city when we include the voices of people, especially those most impacted. This bill undermines a fundamental principle of democracy and will contribute to an even greater decline in civic engagement. I urge you to use the power you have to oppose this bill and help protect our local democracy.
Councillor Bravo, I will acknowledge you when I get to your name. Councillor Fletcher, you have your name on to speak.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I also rise to deliver 674 petitions from interested residents in Toronto Danforth, asking Council to uphold a fundamental part of our democracy, that decisions are made by a majority vote at Council. We know we can build a better city when we include the voices of people, especially those most impacted. This bill undermines a fundamental principle of democracy, will contribute to an even greater decline in civic engagement. I urge you to use the power you have to oppose the bill and help protect our local democracy. Thank you.
If I can ask the members of the public to, you can applaud after all the members of council have spoken on the petition. Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Madam Speaker, I rise with 366 petition from Etobicoke Lakeshore residents on the same issue around Bill 39 and concerns about us maintaining the democratic principles of democracy in our city and province. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. I rise also to deliver 381 petitions submitted by residents across my ward of Spadina, Fort York, plus additional 145 signatures on a similar petition, writing today to ask that we help uphold the fundamental democratic principles of majority vote at the City Council and urge us to use our power to oppose the bill and help to protect our local democracy. Right here.
Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I also rise today to deliver 442 petitions submitted by the residents across my ward of Toronto St. Paul's that broadly read as follows. I'm writing today to ask you to help uphold a fundamental part of our democracy, that decisions are made by majority vote at City Council. I'm asking you to oppose Premier Ford's undemocratic Bill 39. This undemocratic move comes without consultation and is being imposed on residents. Taking power away from our local representatives takes power away from residents and is not how we get more done at City Hall. Instead, it is a slippery slope that opens the door for decisions that could harm our city. We know that we can build a better city when we include the voices of people, especially those most impacted. This bill undermines a fundamental principle of democracy and will contribute to even greater decline in civic engagement. I urge you to use the power you have to oppose this bill and help protect our local democracy, and I sign my name to this petition as well. Thank you.
Councillor Cheng.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to deliver 107 petitions submitted by residents from across Willowdale, as well as 590 petitions from residents across North York. The The petition reads as follows. I'm writing today to ask that you help to uphold a fundamental part of our democracy, that decisions are made by a majority vote at City Council. I'm asking you to oppose Premier Doug Ford's undemocratic Bill 39. This undemocratic move comes without consultation and is being imposed on residents. Taking away power from our local residents takes power away so that we can, and it is not how we get things done here at City Hall. Instead, it is a slippery slope that opens a door for decisions that can harm our city. We know that we can build a better city when we include the voices of people, especially those who are most impacted. The bill undermines a fundamental principle of democracy and will contribute to an even greater decline in civic engagement. I urge you to use the power you have to oppose this bill and help protect our local democracy. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
Madam Speaker, I rise here with 850 petitions from residents of Davenport. I'm writing today to ask you your help to uphold a fundamental part of our democracy, that decisions are made by a majority vote at City Council. I am asking you to oppose Premier Doug Ford's undemocratic Bill 39. This undemocratic move comes without consultation and is being imposed on residents. Taking power away from our local representatives takes power away from residents, and it is not how we get more done at City Hall. Instead, it is a slippery slope that opens a door for decisions that could harm our city. We know that we can build a better city when we include the voices of people, especially those most impacted. This bill undermines a fundamental principle of democracy, and I will contribute to an even greater decline in civic engagement. I urge you to use the power you have to oppose this bill and help to protect our local democracy. I concur. Thank you.
Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising today to deliver 404 petitions submitted by residents across my ward in Toronto Centre that broadly reads as follows. I'm writing today to ask that you help to uphold the fundamental part of our democracy, that decisions are made by a majority vote at City Council. I'm asking you to oppose Premier Doug Ford's undemocratic Bill 39. This undemocratic move comes without consultation and is being imposed on residents. Taking power away from our local representatives, that takes power away from residents, and it is not how we get more done at City Hall. Instead, it is a slippery slope that opened the door for decisions that could harm our city. We know that we can build a better city when we include the voices of people, especially those most impacted. This bill undermines a fundamental principle of democracy and will contribute to an even greater decline in civic engagement. I urge you to use the power you have to oppose this bill and help to protect our local democracy.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today to deliver an additional 308 petitions submitted by residents from across Scarborough, including 26 from Scarborough North, that broadly read as follows. I'm writing today to ask that you help to uphold a fundamental part of our democracy, that decisions are made by a majority vote at City Council. I'm asking you to oppose Premier Doug Ford's undemocratic Bill 39. This undemocratic move comes without consultation and is being imposed on residents. Taking power away from our local representatives takes power away from residents, and it is not how we get more done at City Hall. Instead, it is a slippery slope that opens a door for decisions that could harm our city. We know that we can build a better city when we include the voices of people, especially those most impacted. This bill undermines a fundamental principle of democracy and will contribute to an even greater decline in civic engagement. I urge you to use the power you have to oppose this bill and help to protect our local democracy.
Councillor Bradford.
Very good. Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I will say it's great to see you back in the chair there. Happy to have you in our speaker position. I rise today, I'm not going to repeat the form email language here, but I have 370 petitions from the good folks at Beaches East York here in opposition to Bill 39, so presented on behalf of them.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petition, show of hands. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't see your name on the list. Yeah, sorry. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Like everybody else, I got a batch of petitions, 631 from the residents of University Way. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of receiving the petition, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members, I will now review the order paper. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, unmute your mic and state the item or items you wish to hold. ST 1.1, council member appointments to committees, boards. Councillor Fletcher?
It's just a point of order. There's so many new councillors, and the CMP is difficult enough for all of us, so I think it'd be very helpful to, some folks can't get in, so I don't know how you can address that, but taking that into account, if you could do that when you're running the meeting today, it would be helpful.
Thank you. Okay, so go through the council agenda. So the first one is ST 1.1, which is council member appointments to committee, boards, and external bodies. Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is one change to make. I can move it as a quick motion, or we can hold it.
Do you have the motion prepared?
Yes.
Okay.
This is just a correction from this morning, reflecting the mayor's designate on the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation. So this is just amending the appointment of the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation Board of Directors by deleting the name Councillor James Pasternak and inserting the name Councillor Vincent Crinsanti.
Okay. So the amendment is on the screen. Are there any questions? On favor of the amendment? Show of hands. Okay. On the item as amended, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, I've been locked out of my account, so I'm going to need time to, tech is trying to resolve that so that I'm able to participate fully. And I would like to hold the item.
Point of order. There, you're in.
Councillor Bravo, I'm sorry, what item did you want to hold down?
CC 1.2, Madam Speaker. Thanks.
ST 1.2? Oh, CC. The update on Bill 23? Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I can release CC 1.5, but I'd like a recorded vote, please. And I hope that's not going to be a problem
Okay, so
with that.
CC 1.5, which is 415 Broadview Avenue. Councillor Fletcher is releasing and is asking for a recorded vote.
Members, we're going to conduct a recorded vote. If you are connected to CMP, please vote in CMP, and then I will call members who are not connected afterwards to state your vote. Madam Speaker, I'm now going to call for the votes for members who are present and not connected to CMP. If you would state your vote, please. Councillor Cole. You have to.
Do I have to have my CMP with me here? Can't I?
Members, we've asked that you please conduct recorded votes through CMP. The buttons on the desk have been decommissioned, and we're asking that you bring your devices to the chamber and connect through CMP.
Which devices do I need?
Madam Speaker, we can assist Councillor Cole
I need devices.
separately. But
Bring
could
me
I now
all the
just ask?
devices.
Okay, so right now, Councillor Cole, we're voting on CC 1.5.
You want my oral vote or my device vote?
Thank you, Councillor Cole. We have your vote. Councillor Bravo, please. How do you vote? Could you state your vote, please? Councillor Bravo, please. In favor. Councillor Bravo in favor. Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Ainsley not present. Councillor Sachs, please.
In favor, thank you. Yes, in favor.
In favor, thank you. Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please. Thank you. Councillor Morley. Councillor Peruzza not present. Oh, Councillor Peruzza, pardon me.
Favor, absolutely.
In favor, thank you.
Sorry, maybe I was slouching too far in my chair.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
So are there any, as far as the striking committee, are there, other than the amendment that Councillor McKelvey put forward, are there any items on the striking committee? Okay, new business? Okay. No? Okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time-specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you're attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions by email. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. So we'll go to the one item that. Okay, so members of council, under the new business, CC 1.1, extension of alcohol sales and service hours during the World Cup, I need a motion to reopen the item, please. On favor? Carry. Yeah. So, Mayor Tory?
Speaker, I move that this item, City Council receive item CC. Speaker, I move that City Council receive item CC 1.1 for information.
Okay. On the motion by Mayor Tory, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. So the item that was held down is CC 1.2. Councillor Bravo held the item down. Questions? Well, I wasn't informed that staff will be making a presentation. Okay,
Speaker, on a point of order, then I will move that we ask staff to make a presentation.
okay, Councillor Perks has moved that staff make a presentation. All in favor? Well, yeah. Does the staff have a presentation? No? Oh, there we are.
We, through the speaker, we don't have a presentation, but we're happy to give a very general overview off the top of our heads. And then we can proceed with questions and hopefully explore the areas that you want to explore.
Okay, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Okay,
Through the speaker, I'll just begin by saying that this is an omnibus piece of legislation that affects a number of areas of your jurisdiction as a local municipality, including the Planning Act, the Heritage Act, other pieces of legislation. It is impactful, of course, on the city's revenues, as the report outlines. It touches on a wide range of matters that include priorities of this council, including housing, environmental protection and climate change, the use of our green standards, for example, and the way that we implement our environmental goals through site plan approval. Our inclusionary zoning policy that the city recently adopted last July. Other key areas of interest include, as I indicated, the growth funding tools that the council recently amended again last July through our adoption of CBC, DC, and Parks Levy bylaws. So all new and fresh approaches to how we administer our growth funding tools. I could go on, but just to emphasize that the concerns that have been outlined by city staff in the report before you are quite wide-ranging. They can at times be very detailed and hard to understand and explain. We're very happy to go through any areas that you want to go through. I will say that in general, while the thrust of the bill is laudable, we all want to increase opportunities for housing in the City of Toronto and housing supply. We need to do that in a manner that also supports the myriad of growth that we have to manage in the city, the infrastructure, the funding for infrastructure, the funding of affordable housing, which is, I think, fundamentally infrastructure when you think about affordable housing, the way that we plan the city. It's about how the city grows, and this bill touches on so many aspects of how the city grows that it is concerning that it appears to be taking us in some directions, not all, but in some directions, which are counter to the efforts, the many efforts of this city council over the last several years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Councillor Robinson?
Thank you very much.
Councillor,
Point of order. Councillor Perks?
Isn't it the case that Councillor Bravo held the item? And doesn't that mean she begins the questioning?
Councillor Bravo's name is on it. That's correct. Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first question is to the city solicitor. We've heard from city staff, and we just heard right now this presentation indicating that Bill 23 not only guts the green belt, which gives us safe food and water and saves the Greater Toronto Area from climate catastrophe, but also undermines this city council and the city's authority to protect rental housing that's affordable and to incentivize the building of affordable housing that's either for ownership or for rental that is up to green standards, which helps us to meet our climate goals. It also undermines the city's financial position to do important things for the people. And the thing is that this Bill 23 doesn't have any implementation plan. As I understand it, to the city solicitor, the implementation plan is actually Bill 3, which sets out strong mayor powers, and now Bill 39, which is essentially powers on steroids, which allows for 1/3 of this council to make policy and make decisions on behalf of everyone.
Councillor Bravo, can you ask your question,
Yes.
please?
Would we even need Bill 39 if provincial priorities set out in Bill 23 that are harmful to the city didn't exist? Doesn't Bill 39 actually, isn't it the implementation tool coupled with Bill 3 for these provincial priorities that we've already heard are harmful to the city from city staff and from people out in the community?
Madam Speaker,
can I ask the members of the public, please, to not applause when we're in the middle of asking questions or speaking? Thank you, I'd appreciate that. Staff?
Madam Speaker, there were several elements to that question, and I'm not sure I have captured all of them, but what I will say is that the stated goal of Bills 3 and 39 is to enhance the speed with which housing can be built. What you've heard through the staff reports is that that Bill 23 is going to counteract that.
Yes.
Counteract the city's ability to do that.
Right, so the justification then for Bill 39 and Bill 3, it is to implement these provincial priorities, which according to the public messages are for, to build more housing, but in fact, the city's ability to build the kind of housing that we know we need is going to be harmed. That's what I understand you're
For
saying.
Bill 23, yes, that's correct.
So, so then I have a follow-up question. I'd like to, for the clerk. My question to the clerk is also related to Bill 39. When the new councilors received an orientation, we were told that the clerk is independent of council and is here to uphold the right of the public, the residents of this city, and the members of this council to be heard in a democratic way. Doesn't Bill 39 then contradict the very essential principles that are set out in the mandate of the clerk by actually depriving us of here members of council, potentially 2/3, who were just elected and are representative of the vast diversity of this city, to have a voice and to make our voice count?
Please, if I can
Would you like me
please
to
ask.
respond to that question?
Okay.
And I
Go
wonder if
ahead,
the city
yes.
clerk would like me to respond to that question.
Did you want to respond?
Just simply saying that the legislation creates the office of clerk, requires city council to appoint a clerk, and the clerk is neutral in the exercises of all of the clerk's duties under all of the legislation. Bills 3 and 39 do not change that.
But, so, okay, if you will answer the question then, if the spirit of the clerk's office and the mandate is actually to ensure voice, which is what we were told as new councilors, doesn't this Bill 39, which is designed to implement provincial priorities, which we've heard are going to be harmful to the city, that it actually prevents the voice of 2/3 of council when, sure, we're going to try to come to agreement, but in fact, it empowers 1/3 of council to be able to make decisions for everyone here and for the city of the residents of the city of Toronto. How do you square the fact that the clerk's duty is to ensure voice, and isn't voice in a democracy a majority of votes of 50% plus one?
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Your mic is not on.
Speaker, I don't really have much to add to what the solicitor said, other than to say that the responsibility of this office is to carry out both the statutory and the bylaw frameworks that are in place. As has been noted, we do that in a neutral fashion, and we await the outcome of the Bill 39 progress through the Assembly, just like everybody else. So I'm not sure what else I can add to that.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yeah, my questions are on Bill 23. Oh, I think the confusion, Madam Speaker, is initially I was first after the mover, but then the list reorganized after I raised the point of order on the presentation.
Name next, but I'll go to Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson, 5 minutes, questions?
Thank you. So my question is, this is a real departure from our long-held principle of growth pays for growth, meaning developers have had to pay for new infrastructure to support growing communities. So is it fair to say that as a result of this legislation in its current form, that the Toronto taxpayers will now be on the hook for paying for growth?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it's been a long situation that growth has never completely paid for growth. Historically, development charges and the like have paid for about under 50% of the growth-related infrastructure that is required. Bill 23 exacerbates that situation by having a reduction of approximately $230 million a year on our ability to fund those infrastructures.
So who will pay for that then? Taxpayers? If developers aren't paying for that, who pays for it? Residents? That was my question.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the city has various funding sources. However, fundamentally, this would likely impact the tax rate as we are borrowing what we can. It would either be an increase in the tax rate or a reduction in the investments that we're able to make.
Okay, thank you. My next question is related again to the proposed legislation impacts on the number of affordable homes we secure through our very brand new inclusionary zoning policy, which many of us have pushed for. So could you tell me what the impacts would be on affordable housing due to what's happening with inclusionary zoning in this in this bill?
Through the speaker, the inclusionary zoning policies that City Council adopted would be modified by this legislation. Legislation changes the definition to go back to a market-based definition instead of an income-based definition. It reduces the affordability period from 99 years to 25 years. And it lowers and caps the amount of affordable housing at 5%. Council had approved a stepped increase in affordable housing over the life of the plan that would ultimately get us close to around 20%, I believe, of the total amount of housing over a course of a number of years. And it has been capped at 5% based on an assumption that land value is the same across the entire province of Ontario. So even though we all love Thunder Bay, the values at Yonge and Eglinton are quite different than the values in other parts of the province. And our system, in fact, inside of the City of Toronto, calibrated different land values depending on where you were inside the City of Toronto, which we all know vary considerably.
Thank you very much. That's very concerning. I want to ask also about heritage. Many of us are passionate about heritage, and what do you expect to be delisted as a result of these policies, preventing applications from being considered after two years? Like, what do you see the impacts of this being, since we have thousands in the list?
Through the speaker, generally, and defer to my colleague, it threatens thousands of properties. I believe the city has 5,000 properties, 4,000 properties on our list right now, and those properties sit there on the list. It gives us an ability to have a heads up for the potential modification or alteration of those properties, and then we can have a conversation about people. Many of those properties sit on that list for decades. It's a long-standing list. And really what happens is if the advent of development takes place, then we can have a conversation. Council can decide whether or not it wants to designate a property at that point in time. But generally speaking, the legislation gives us 2 years to deal with that list, I believe, and to either move them off the list onto designation or entirely lose them. And that is very concerning, and we've outlined that concern in the report, that we would potentially lose thousands of properties, because realistically we can't put thousands of listings in front of City Council in the time that we would have to do that.
Do you happen to know how many properties might be immediately delisted upon the passing of this bill if it is not amended?
That was your last question.
I'm looking at my colleague. If Mary McDonald has an estimate, I'm not sure.
Sure. Well, through the speaker, thank you for the question. I think it's fair to say that if the legislation passes, then the city has 2 years to consider what to do about the immediate loss of those listed properties from the register. The province is giving us 2 years to designate them, or they come off. So as Mr. Linton indicated, that is in practical terms impossible to do. And we also don't really think that landowners want to have designations compelled on them, especially if those properties are not undergoing development. So nothing would happen immediately, but we will put our heads together as a planning division and figure out what to do. But they will come, when they come off the list in 2 years, then demolitions can't be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I am going to ask some questions about Toronto Water and the impact of the loss of DCs on water. So before you start my time, could I just ensure that someone's here to answer that? Oh, there, Mr. DiGeronimo. The other thing before you start my time, it was very helpful when Mr. Lintern said calling upon my colleague Mary McDonald, because many new people in the council chamber have no idea who all of you are. So Speaker, if we can make sure that all of our new colleagues can identify the folks that are here today are very professional staff. I'd ask you to make sure that happens, please. Thank you. Now I'll go for my questions. Just before to Mr. Chief Planner Greg Lintern, I think in your brief remarks, and thank you for those, you said that Bill 23 will harm the city's ability to build more affordable housing. And yet, could you just confirm that and give us a glimpse of, first of all, confirm that you said that? That's what I heard.
Through the speaker, yes, I did say that. My general remark on that point is that the city currently puts some of our DC funding into the housing service, which does fund both our Open Door program and our Housing Now program, among other initiatives. So without that revenue, it threatens the ability to undertake those programs. So there's a direct impact on the delivery of affordable housing. And as I outlined, it also changes the definition of what affordable housing we could achieve through development. And in our view, that is not the right direction to go in, because it will actually mean that the price point of that housing goes up. So where we were directing the housing at PSWs, clerks, and that income band, it actually raises that income band and makes housing for those folks less reachable or attainable.
Could you just remind me what the name of that bill is again, please? Building more.
Oh, this bill?
Yes, 23.
The bill is the More Homes Built Faster Act.
More Homes Built Faster Act, except for affordable housing, the bracket. Okay, thank you.
If I can please ask the public again, please, can you refrain from applauding?
Can you
Thank
hold
you.
my time while you're asking them to refrain from applauding? Thank you. Just to confirm as well that there were about 5,000 apartments or units that were preserved through the city's rental replacement policy from 2007 until 2022. That is the number I've had from the Housing Secretary, confirmed by your staff, and I just want to put that on the record.
That's correct. 5,000 units since 2007.
And
have
those
been
are
replaced.
affordable and then mid-range affordable. So
That's it, exactly, yes.
we're talking about replacing those would be much harder if we've lost all of our DCs. Thank you. And then my question to Mr. DiGeronimo, our head of Toronto Water, just the impact of losing, first of all, the members of the committee from the government side thought we have $2.2 billion in reserves, so why don't we just spend that instead of collecting DCs? And I believe Mr. Lintern was asked the same question by the committee members. But what would the impact be on our water system if we do not have DCs? Will we have, I think it's a big one, so I'd just like to hear the top 3 things that may be impacted.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll give context. In the 10-year capital plan, we're forecasting revenues about $1.7 billion collected for development charges.
Did you say million or billion?
1.7 billion in revenue.
With a B, okay.
We're estimating right now, based on what we could determine from the details of the act, potential reduction of about 240 million. It could be more than that, depending on the specific projects. The type of projects that give us most concern, studies, for example. Anytime we're doing capacity assessment reviews, we're required by the province to complete an environmental study. It's by law, so that cost right now is covered by development charges. That would be exempted right now, as well as constructing infrastructure. And we have some very large sewers and expansions that have to take place in order to accommodate future growth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then I'm just going to ask, I don't know, our interim city manager's not here. I don't know who's stepping in for that. Oh, she's on. Okay. I'm just very interested, I think council's interested in what's the process here from the city side besides the hearings, which I attended and Mr. Lintern attended with staff, that the city's interests are being advanced. What's that structural process? Who can answer that for me, please?
Through the speaker, I might be able to assist Councillor Fletcher. The city has formally submitted comments on the Environmental Registry of Ontario. That deadline is the 24th, I believe, and was extended to the 9th, I believe, of December just last night. So we have put our submission on the record. It's attached to the staff report. That is our formal response, in addition to the standing committee. As well, I understand a myriad of conversations going on at the political level with folks at the province.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I will ask staff, and actually, Councillor Fletcher, you're correct, for the new councillors, when you get up to speak, if you can introduce yourselves on who you are and what department. Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 or 3 questions. The first one is, has Section 111 not been really one of, if not our only tool to prevent the condoization of rental apartments, and also the protection for tenants who live in buildings with 6 units or more, to ensure that they have a right of return to a new building, along with financial support to be able to ensure that while their lives are going through upheaval, that they are able to remain in the communities that they call home?
Through the speaker, yes, Section 111 is a section of the City of Toronto Act that affords us the ability through redevelopment of apartment sites to ensure that housing, those rental apartments below a certain rent threshold are replaced, basically same number of units, same size, same rent, with some wraparound effort to ensure that if they so choose, they can return in the new development after all of that is completed in a few years.
So while the government is talking about the need for affordable housing, they've both removed rent control off new units and now may actually force tenants who live in our communities to be able to, well, they won't be able to afford perhaps to live in the city at all.
Through the speaker, so technically speaking, what has been proposed in the bill is the ability for the minister to introduce regulations. They are not specified yet. So the concern we have is that we have a very robust system for Section 111. Many of projects, 5,000 units as referred to, since 2007, we have a very well understood system here in the city of replacing these units. And the concern here is that we don't know what direction these new regulations might take us in.
So a quick question on this. Does the city not have a past record of approving resolutions where we are taking positions on protecting the Greenbelt, the Oak Ridges Moraine against the Big Pipe in York Region, et cetera? Have we not taken very strong positions on these matters to protect the aquifers, the wildlife corridors, and the green space around our city?
Yes, and I'll defer to Mr. DiGeronimo about the pipe, but generally speaking, the city has taken a strong view in supporting the ecology of the entire region. That includes the Greenbelt watershed through the growth plan and managing our growth in existing areas, the existing footprint of our urban and suburban areas. And Mr. DiGeronimo can help us with the pipe.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Council did consider a report on the York-Durham sanitary sewer in September of 2005. Where we were just assessing the technical merits of it, and Council did take a position in opposition to any expansion or growth on the Oak Ridges Moraine at the time.
Thank you.
For source water protection reasons.
I appreciate that. Now, as this relates to Bill 39, the Ford government is saying that they want to have more affordable housing. But at the same time, they're not actually doing anything to ensure that that happens. So am I correct to say that they removed rent control off all new units being built in Ontario? They're now threatening, the potential threatening Section 111 which could impact tenants who live in rent-controlled buildings today. And meanwhile, they're saying through Bill 39, they want the mayor to advocate through minority rule undemocratic ways, provincial interests, specifically provincial interests when it comes to housing. But can't Doug Ford, being the Premier of Ontario, change the Planning Act himself through Section 23, through Bill 23? Could he not upzone neighborhoods if he actually wanted to? Could he not provide other types of policies that could protect tenants even further than they are today? Unilaterally, because he's the Premier and all roots of legislation come from the province. So why, on the matter specifically of Bill 39, on this agenda today, Bill 39, why must the mayor have undemocratic minority rule powers to, ram through in an undemocratic way something to do with housing that specifically in Bill 39 says in the provincial interest, when the province isn't even interested in achieving its own interest
Councillor Matlow, that was your last question.
through its
Thank
own
you.
bills? Could you speak to Bill 39 specifically?
Madam Speaker, I can
Yeah.
respond to that question.
No, please refrain. Bill 39 is not before us.
Madam Speaker,
Speaker, on a point of order?
Yeah.
On a point of order?
Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. A number of members of council have spoken to the relationship between Bill 29, Bill 23 and Bill 39. Are you ruling we're not allowed to ask questions, debate, and move motions on Bill 39?
That Bill 39 is not before us.
Are you
It's
ruling
on
we're
the-
not allowed to do that?
Yes, I am.
I
Yes.
challenge your ruling. And I would ask, Speaker, given that this will be the first time
she's right.
Okay, so there's a motion. Councillor Perks is challenging the chair. So to vote on upholding the chair, recorded vote.
Speaker, on a point of
The
order.
challenge of the chair be upheld.
If perhaps the clerk, in their duty, making sure that members understand what we're voting on, could explain what a yes vote and a no vote
Right.
each mean. Okay, thank you.
And it was clear when I just moved the motion. But clerk, do you want to repeat it again?
Speaker, your ruling has been challenged, and the motion that is now before council is, shall the ruling of the chair be upheld? So a yes vote upholds the ruling of the chair, and a no vote defeats the ruling of the chair.
Okay, recorded vote.
All right. Members, if you just stand by while we prepare the motion.
Councillor Matlow, we're in the middle of a vote. Councillor Matlow, we're in the middle of a vote. Thank you. Upholding the chair, Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Moyes, are you able to vote using the system? I'm going to call members who are not connected to the system. Councillor Bradford, please, how do you vote? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
In the affirmative? Yep. Councillor Fletcher, please. In the negative, thank you. We'll have the IT people come to see you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? In the negative, thank you. The ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 13 to 12.
Thank you. Please, no disruption. Thank you very much. If we, okay. Councillor Pasternak, questions? Just one moment. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Mr. Linton, I guess I have the notes for your presentation at the legislature regarding Bill 23. And in the staff report, there's a reference to a $230 million loss of potential development charges under this legislation. But there's also an intimation in your comments that there may be an offsetting fund. Has there been anything from the province that there could be an offsetting fund to make up that loss?
I'll defer to Mr.
Thank you. Through the speaker to Councillor, at this point in time, there has been none.
There's no. So when it comes to a rental replacement, which is perhaps one of the most shocking parts of this package here, because certainly in the area I represent, it's crucial in protecting those who have rental units. Is there anything under the Residential Tenancies Act to protect tenants under these circumstances where a building owner wants to demolish and build, but to protect the tenants who would be moving on and potentially moving back?
Through the speaker, to my knowledge, there is not anything. That's why the city pursued many years ago, given the number of tenants that we have in the city, hundreds of thousands of tenants, that it's very important to the fundamental way the city grows and evolves is to make sure that we sustain our portfolio of affordable rental housing.
So would these be mass evictions?
Through the speaker, again, in answering another councillor's question, I indicated that we are uncertain about the impact of the legislation. The legislation that has been tabled indicates that the minister can introduce regulations that basically come back into the legislative space that the city currently controls through Section 111 and introduces uncertainty as to how and whether those regulations would affect our ability to replace the way we normally replace.
Okay. So it's an unknown. Now, there's references in both the staff reports and in your deputation of 25 years affordability, 99 years affordability. Now, it's my understanding we've done both. Under Housing Now, it's 99 years, and under Open Doors, it's 25 years. Is that a fair assumption? And will we lose our Housing Now initiatives? I think there's going to be, I have 2 now. They're probably going to go up to 4 or 5 in my ward. But we were moving forward on a 99-year understanding.
Through the speaker, I'll defer to my colleague Abby Bond from the Housing Secretary who can help you with those answers. She's online.
Thank you, Mr. Linton. Yes, I can confirm that for our Open Door program, we have usually done a minimum of 40 years. What I can say is that we usually negotiate those with the proponents. So what this does is change the minimum requirement, but the city would still try to secure additional affordability in lieu of other incentives that we may offer, although our ability to do that, to offer grants, is compromised by the loss of revenue that we're also talking about today. On Housing Now, I would confirm that because these are negotiated deals issued through a market offering process, again, the city has control to negotiate the term of affordability in lieu of the offering of our land. So I'm confident that we would be able to continue to go beyond the minimum level of affordability and also the minimum length of term of affordability that is changing through this legislation.
So kind of to zero in, is our 99-year Housing Now initiative at risk under this legislation, or could we still protect the applications that we have in process?
Through the speaker, we can still protect the deals that we have in process, the sites that we have in process, because those are really land deals. Those are development agreements and land deals, and all of the terms that have been negotiated in relation to those agreements will still stand.
No, I know, it just keeps coming off.
I'll squeeze in
yeah.
one more question. Parkland dedication, there's an intimation here that developers could hand over toxic lands as so-called parkland. Is there any truth to that we could end up with industrial or toxic lands as a land swap to settle their parkland dedication obligations?
So, through the speaker and
Last question.
Janie Romoff, General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation. Nice to meet all of the new councillors. Through the speaker to you, Councillor Pasternak, the legislation does take away a lot of the input that the city will have into where and the type of parkland that is dedicated through the regular processes of the development application process. So in effect, the developer themselves would have more control over what those pieces of land, where and what those pieces of land will do. So it's a different approach around parkland dedication.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things I want to do is actually a follow-on from Councillor Pasternak's questions. And it's about, because I don't think we're clear yet on where this applies to applications that are in process. And I pored over the reports trying to find that. And I don't think it's clear in the legislation is the reason it's not quite clear in the report. So if we have an application and it's received initial site plan approval from council, but we're now negotiating the fine points. We're now coming to the nub of what will be the actual pro forma, and that's finishing up the details on affordable housing, finishing up what that's going to cost, what it means, the value engineering around the community benefits, all those sorts of things. If we're in the middle of that process right now, whether it's for affordable housing or other community benefits, are those now entirely subject to the new legislation?
Through the speaker, and possibly the city solicitor can confirm this, but I'm not aware of any retroactivity in the bill. So it would be, I mean, generally speaking, when new legislation comes in, it affects anything, once it's proclaimed and in force, it would affect on a go-forward basis, not retroactively. However, sometimes there are retroactive clauses, and I'm not, off the top of my head, aware of any.
I'm also not aware of any retroactive provisions.
Okay. I'm going to use a very local example, but I do so only because it really has citywide significance and really, I think, development community significance. The chief planner is very familiar with the application of 3300 Bayview, the Tyndale campus. There we have an applicant who was actually hoping to demonstrate a model for the whole city and perhaps even the province that says we can go beyond caps. We could do 50% affordable with the right incentives. They had already gone through the process in our policy committees and approval through Affordable Housing Committee that they will have access, whatever number of units we arrive at in an initial application of 1,500, that half of them could be affordable. And they're hoping to demonstrate a model that proves that affordability could be a thing offered in perpetuity. And they're trying to demonstrate that they can come up with a pro forma that is profitable enough that willing housing developers could begin to do this across the province and maybe even the country. So they've already got an agreement, but we haven't got the final decision at OLT. But they do have the agreement that they're going to try for the 50. They're going to provide a massive park in the middle of it. The federal government funds are committed to it, whatever is available through Open Door. But it hasn't received its planning approval because it's ending up going to OLT because of a third-party residence appeal. Now, what happens to that agreement and that chance to prove we could build something that's 50% affordable? What happens to that?
Through the speaker, I can answer that two ways. I believe a lot of what's behind that application is, and you said the word willing. So there is a developer model there, where a business model, if you will. They've come forward with their idea for a large affordable housing community. And as you indicate, we're working our way through that. It's currently at the OLT. If that arrives at a place where everyone's happy, the OLT will bless that. I think, though, more generally, you're also asking again about retroactivity. I don't believe there's anything in this bill that would affect the pathway that project is on.
Okay.
If they're still willing and we can work out our differences, then we can move forward and resolve that one. I think more importantly, though, the affordable housing changes, especially the IZ changes, really lowers the bar on, and that's what I was indicating earlier. It lowers the bar. So even if the city was trying to negotiate something somewhere or whatever, if the bar is lowered for everybody, then our ability to argue for a consistent approach, whether it's 25, 40, 99 years, level of affordability, term, all the rest of it, it lowers the bar, and that's what we're concerned about.
Exactly. Like my colleague, I just want to squeeze in one more, and it's a very technical question, Madam Speaker. The solicitors indicated Ms. Boumvakis might be able to answer this question. Just before we went to the election hiatus, on the city's green standard, we moved a motion, well, I'll toot my horn, I moved a motion for TAP to add an extra tier to mandatory green standards. It affects a half a dozen or so extra large site developments and gets us closer to our goals. I don't know if the bill went through. If the bill hasn't gone through, do we need to make that clear if we're moving motions for the province today? Or is the city's green standard now inclusive of that motion?
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Through the speaker, I'm going to ask Ms. Welsh to respond to that, and I'm Carrie Boumvakis, by the way.
Hi, through the speaker, I'm Jane Welsh, City Planning. And what happened with Transform TO, you moved that motion and that was approved by council.
So that makes it's part of the standard.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. My first two questions are on the definition of affordable housing. So in Bill 23, the province's definition of affordable housing would include a one-bedroom unit priced at nearly $500,000. So my question is, how does this definition differ from the definition that the city has set out?
Through the speaker, I'll ask my colleague Abby Bond to help you with the question.
Thank you. Abby Bond from the Housing Secretariat. So our understanding from the provincial legislation is that a price of $530,000, which is the affordable kind of ownership definition, that would be affordable to someone earning around $156,000 per year. Currently, the city's definition that we had brought forward last year and we're hoping to report back on this year, we were proposing an affordable ownership price of around $219,000, where somebody could earn around $61,000 and afford that. And then in addition, I think the other key difference is on the area market rent. So the definition also includes on the provincial side 80% average market rent for the City of Toronto, which is about $1,157. That would be affordable to someone earning around $55,500, and the city's for a one bedroom, and the city's definition that we brought in last year for a one-bedroom would have made a one-bedroom unit affordable to someone on $43,500 with a rent of around just over $1,000. So it would have been more affordable on the rental side as well.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. What percentage of households that can afford that actually rent units can afford units that are priced at the province's definition?
Through the speaker on the rental side, about just over around 56% of renter households in the city can afford 80% average market rent. Total household, that's about 25% of our total households, because renters make up around 50% of our households. So that's on the rental side. I can't give you the percentage on the ownership side.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Sorry, I guess my follow-up question is on the rental replacement protections. Sorry, can you hear me? If the province abolishes rental housing replacement protection, how many affordable rental housing units will be lost in Toronto?
Through the speaker, as indicated, we don't have clarity from the province what the intent of the introduction of regulations might be to the city's process of protecting rental housing. All I can do is backcast for you and indicate that since the inception of the authority that the city has to replace or require replacement, we've saved 5,000 units, and that's, you know, if you multiply by the number of people who probably live in those units, you're going to be affecting the lives of 15 or 20,000 people at least, who are often vulnerable and living in a low to medium income situation. So it's very concerning, the lack of clarity on that, and the future impact, I can't really speculate.
What can the city do to require developers to preserve affordable rental supply?
Through the speaker, currently, again, the city's ability to maintain an existing supply on a site is to employ our rental housing protection bylaw and have those units replaced. And we have a very good track record, I think, of, as I indicated, seeing that 5,000 units were replaced since 2007 and working site by site with applicants, especially in our apartment neighborhoods where there are occasionally good sites for an additional apartment building, but seeing that those apartment sites are properly redeveloped and bring back the number of housing units that are currently on the site.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. A couple questions here that I'm going to move through quickly to our Housing Secretariat. Could you give a brief outline, just name the programs that we offer, supportive and affordable housing programs through your office at the Housing Secretariat?
Through the speaker, yeah, at a high level, we work with Creatio to deliver housing now. We have a tower renewal program. We have a city-led rental development program. We do supportive housing. And also we offer a number of rent supplement programs, as well as a number of programs to support renters through grants like the Rent Bank, and also on the EPIC side. So a full range of housing programs on both capital and operating side.
And I want to just pick up that, both capital and operating. And would it be fair to say that despite it being an operating line item in your budget, we are actually providing capital grants to not-for-profit sector, Rent Bank, to help them with capital projects to also deliver affordable housing?
Through the speaker, I would just clarify, actually, that is true, but for Open Door. So our Open Door program, which I missed off my list, apologies, that is the program where we offer grants for nonprofits, delivering a much deeper level of affordability than would be available just through our fee waiver program. We do that is capital investment. It shows up on our operating side of our budget because these are investments that are going into nonprofit owned land and buildings. So that's why it shows up on the operating side, but it is actually a capital investment that we're making through Open Door.
Has the province ever asked for clarification about that specific piece of your budget and how an operating expense actually funds capital advancement of more affordable housing?
I've not answered any questions directly about that. I don't know if it's come elsewhere in the city, no.
So across all of these programs and the different ways that the Housing Secretariat provides affordable housing options here in the City of Toronto, where does the revenue come to pay for those programs? Where does that come from?
Through the speaker, it's easier probably to talk largely about the capital program, but the majority of funding for capital comes through the city's revenue sources. So traditionally, this has been money collected through DCs, through the housing services charge. We also have recoverable debt as well. But this is the majority, almost all of the money that funds our capital program is coming from city sources. And so that will also be
And so I want to pick up on the development charge piece because you led with development charges.
Yeah.
What changes are proposed in Bill 23 in so much it would impact our ability to use development charge revenue to deliver more affordable housing in the city through the Housing Secretariat? What's that impact?
So our estimated impact of that is around $1.3 million per year. So that would be around 1.3 billion over our 10-year capital program. That would significantly, if that revenue was removed and not replaced in some way,
130 million annually? 1.3 billion over our 10-year capital plan. So what is the proposed solution if the province kneecaps us and our ability to collect that revenue for affordable housing in the City of Toronto to deliver those important programs that you've outlined? Where does that leave us? What is the solution to fill that $1.3 billion 10-year capital plan gap from the Housing Secretariat?
That is something that we are still trying to figure out. I don't know at this point that we can fill that gap. It's a significant impact on the proposed budget that we were going to bring forward.
So let's talk about how we land this. And I got a quick question over to Head of Legal there. What consultation have you had with the province on Bill 23?
For you, Madam Speaker, I have had no consultation with the province on Bill 23.
Let me talk to our city manager, our deputy or interim city manager. What's the extent of consultation that you have had with the province about the impacts of Bill 23?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I've had no consultation.
Have we requested consultation with the province on Bill 23?
We certainly have.
And over to our CFO. I understand that there has been a meeting. What did you share with the province at that meeting about the financial impacts?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we had a meeting and we walked through the financial implications, talked about the associated risks, offered to walk them through our assumptions, how our numbers came together.
And with respect to those assumptions and implications, what changes have we seen in response to your feedback in the latest version of the regs?
That was your last question.
None.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak. Questions?
Yes. To Ms. Bond. Ms. Bond, if you are someone who is in a rental apartment in the City of Toronto and say you're paying $800 a month because your unit has been protected by rent control and the unit is lost and we no longer have rental replacement protection, are you going to be able to find a unit in the City of Toronto at that rent?
Through the speaker, that would be extremely difficult. It's a very low vacancy rate, and the vacancy rate is almost zero in that lower end of the housing continuum. So I would expect that an individual would find it virtually impossible to find a replacement.
So that individual would either have to leave Toronto or become homeless.
Through the speaker, there may be other housing options where they could look to share, but their housing options would be severely compromised are severely compromised by the lack of affordable rental at that level, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. We got an answer from Mr. Lintern earlier about the number of units that have been protected through our rental replacement policies. Perhaps, Mr. Lintern, could you comment on whether lifting Section 111 out of our bylaws would put units that are currently not at risk of being lost at risk because it now becomes cheaper for the developer to move in, evict those people, and build more profitable housing?
Through the Speaker, as I've indicated, we have no sense of what regulatory change the province is imagining, but I would be concerned because we've had a very good working model since 2007 on, and the rules of the game are very clear and priced in to the value of these sites.
I appreciate you don't know exactly what Premier Ford is doing. Having served on council, I never knew what he was doing. But could I ask you a more direct hypothetical question? If the province of Ontario goes forward Bill 23 and does not in some way give us a tool like Section 111 of the Municipal Code, the rental replacement requirements, does that make current units that are unlikely to be developed because there would be a cost of replacing those units, does it put some of those at risk?
I would say it does, and almost more importantly, injects a level of uncertainty and speculation into what is now a very clear set of rules. And that uncertainty and speculation is, I'm sure, very unnerving for existing tenants, but it's also very destabilizing for the land value, which tends to spiral, as we all know in the city, kind of out of control.
Tends to spiral out of control. Ms. Bond, last year, I believe your department produced some work that said there are currently 30,000 households in Toronto that are 3 months or more in rental arrears. Is that still sort of the ballpark we're in?
Through the Speaker, yes, that was actually information that came from CMHC, but yes, I would expect that to be roughly the same now, if not worse.
To the General Manager of Shelter, Housing and Support, given that we have heard that the province may make a number of households vulnerable to development, given that many of those households are low income and living in places with low rent, and we have 30,000 households that are 3 or more months in rental arrears, do we have the capacity in our housing system and our shelter system if people start losing their homes as a result of this legislation?
Through the Speaker, it's Deputy City Manager Paul Johnson of Community and Social Services. Gord may not be online with us, but to you, Councillor, our shelter system at the moment is stretched. We constantly have to add more space to our shelter in order to accommodate the current pressure. So more pressure on our shelter system is not sustainable for the City of Toronto.
So I'll ask you a similar question to the one that I asked the Chief Planner. If people in the City of Toronto start losing their homes as a result of this legislation, our shelter system is stretched, do their choices essentially become being homeless or leaving Toronto?
So through the Speaker, there may be additional options, as Abby mentioned, in personal circumstances, but you've certainly mentioned 2 options that are possibilities in those cases.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Speaker.
Thank you. Please, just wave your hands. Thank you. Councillor Sachs, 5 minutes.
Thank you. My first question is to the interim city manager. Has the city evaluated the physical impacts on the City of Toronto and the people here of the additional sprawl that'll be created by Bill 23, coupled with the kneecapping of the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, all in a time of climate change? So let's start, first of all, with flooding. Have you evaluated the physical impact on the city of additional flooding from this additional sprawl?
If I might assist the interim city manager through the speaker, the bill was introduced on October the 25th. We have not run no physical model. I think I can speak generally to your question, however, that the City of Toronto sits downstream of the Greenbelt. And certainly it has always been a concern of the City of Toronto that we manage the ecology and the watershed at a regional level, both through the Conservation Authority and the role that regional municipalities play in managing development across the region. It's one area of ecology that we concern ourselves with, and we have for decades. So from our general planning perspective, the downstream impacts of changes upstream are of concern to us. I can't specify, does it mathematically mean that 100 acres in Toronto is affected by a 100-acre change in, or I should say hectares, up in Vaughan. And I don't know if Mr. DiGeronimo can add to that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to measure the direct impact, we'd have to take into consideration any attenuation that the municipality would put in place to hold back that stormwater and that development. So if it met higher standards to hold back that flow, it might not impact the city. If they do not meet those standards, then we would see an increase in flow in the rivers coming into the city, which would just cause additional problems to some of our communities that are located close to our rivers.
Right. But in summary then, is it fair to say that additional sprawl and loss of the Greenbelt is likely to increase flooding in the City of Toronto, particularly in extreme weather? Is that fair?
Again, through you, Madam Speaker, if it's not built properly, of course it will have an impact. That is the key. Does it meet the standards to hold back any flows that are generated post-development? There are methods to control that, and that's what we would have to rely upon, that they're being built properly. If not, then we will see an impact, yes.
And is it fair to say, again, I guess to Mr. Lintern, that there are a number of other physical impacts that may occur to the city as a result of increasing sprawl and loss of the Greenbelt, and none of those have yet been studied. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I believe there's a very strong consensus, and has been for a long time, that urban development should try to be contained within the urban envelope, if you will, of the region as much as possible for a lot of benefits, whether they be health benefits, physical benefits, CO2 emissions. The cost of servicing for all of the constituent municipalities will be lower if we grow in a more dense manner instead of sprawl. So for all of those reasons, at a general level, I think there's a very strong consensus, and the communications received on the bill, I think, back that up. And the studies behind all of those communications and the studies behind all of those organizations back that up.
All right. So in brief, all of the things we know about adverse impacts of sprawl, we are now going to see a lot of sprawl and adverse impacts, correct?
To the extent that hectares, thousands of hectares have been released in the Greenbelt, and through other White Belt modifications to official plan, including Hamilton, that would be a concern. And Mr. DiGeronimo indicated that then it becomes, all right, well, how do you actually make those changes in a way that is neutral, at least neutral, to the footprint impacts of change in those areas?
That hardly ever works. But a question for the Chief Financial Officer, please. We heard in the report that Bill 23 alone is going to cost the city at least $230 million a year. But in addition, the city also lost significant revenue earlier this year with the community benefit changes, which I understand cut the development charge money available by about 40%. So what's the total, if you count that loss as well as the $230 million a year, how much is the city out of pocket, or will the city be?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councilor, I'm going to direct it to Andrew. He's the one that's been direct on this file.
Through the Speaker to Councillor Andrew Flynn, the city's controller. In combination with Bill 23, it would be about a $350 million a year loss.
And what options does the city have to make up that revenue?
That was your last question.
I'd ask the Executive Director of Financial Planning or the CFO to respond.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, it is something that we're going to have to evaluate. I'm sure you can appreciate that it was a bit of a surprise when Bill 23 landed, and we are in the process of evaluating not only the impact on the capital plan, but how we will mitigate the implications of it. And as we continue to negotiate with the province, we would like to think that the province in actual fact will help us solve it.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak, to ask questions.
Questions of Mr. Lintern. Mr. Lintern, given what's happening with this Bill 23, the Housing Crisis Trojan Act, the Better Homes for Everybody is precursor 109. We also had Bill 108. We've got new provincial policies about unlimited provincial control over height and density around all transit stations. What do we need a planning department for in the City of Toronto?
Through the Speaker, perhaps your question answers itself.
No, you know, I have 94 development applications in my ward, 94. You know, I got 19 towers going on in Yorkdale and 94. Of those 94, 1/3 are either at the tribunal, which nobody knows about. It's the Ontario Land Tribunal, which has taken the place of the Ontario Municipal Board. Nobody knows about this. So I got 1/3 of them already at the tribunal or going to the tribunal. And so who decides planning in Toronto? Is it us? What do we have a planning department for? If all the decisions are going to be made by the tribunal and the new provincial legislation.
So through the Speaker, I would only comment that the Ontario Land Tribunal and its predecessor, the OMB, have been part of the planning system in Ontario for decades. Notwithstanding that, our staff, together, all the departments and this council, approve a lot of development here in this room. At council in July, we approved 25,000 housing units. And that was through good old-fashioned collaboration with communities and all the stakeholders and at a technical level and coming to a conclusion about a lot of positive change for the city. Yeah, so that's as a planning department, that's where I put my emphasis. It's not on the small percent that go to the OLT, but on the large percent.
Well, no, 1/3 are going to the OLT now. I've got developers that don't even bother participating in our public community meetings. They don't even show up. They just say, we're going right to the Ontario Land Tribunal, see you at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Now, what happens is in this Bill 23, they don't even allow residents associations to participate at the tribunal that decides the future of their neighborhood. So what good is our planning department if all these decisions are being made at the tribunal without citizen participation and with us being there? What cards are we holding? What can we do at the Ontario Land Tribunal? We might as well hire a whole bunch of lawyers and forget about planners and send them all to the tribunal all the time.
Please.
Through the Speaker, again, I put a lot of emphasis, as I did with my last answer, in what we can achieve in this room at the municipal level. And our track record is very positive. We've achieved an awful lot over the last years. And notwithstanding...
Yeah, but the track record, this has all been changed by this Bill 23.
Councillor Cole, please allow
There's no
the
more
staff
track
to answer
record.
the question. Councillor Cole, please.
And I would just add finally that I've expressed and staff have expressed concerns about how the bill diminishes all of the attributes of the planning system that we work very hard at to get good.
Decimates is a better word rather than diminishes.
I don't think my role is to debate this with you, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Cole, do you have another question?
Yes, the other question is, what about the these citizens who for 100 years in Toronto participated in the planning process. Now they can't participate. What do we say to all the citizens who are now prohibited from participating in their planning, in their neighborhoods?
Through the speaker, and I'm not sure if the city solicitor can comment on the exact diminution in this bill of the role of citizens. I would again only say that the engagement process that we have at the city is fundamental to the way we do planning and the advice ultimately that we bring to this council and the decisions that this council makes.
The council doesn't make any decisions anymore. It's the Ontario Land Tribunal that makes the decisions.
Councillor Cole, thank
How
you.
can we influence them?
Councillor Cole, that was your last question.
The city solicitor can.
For you, Madam Speaker, I could clarify that the bill has been amended to permit third-party appeals for official plan amendments and rezonings, but not for TLAB matters.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Your time's up. Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question for Mr. Lintern. Mr. Lintern, good to see you again. It's been a while. I believe you mentioned earlier, Mr. Lintern, that growth never fully paid for growth. I'm paraphrasing, but is that what you said? I'm wondering if you could just clarify that. Means I gather there's a shortfall. How do you have? Can you give me an idea what kind of shortfall and how do we make up for it and how do we pay for it at that point?
Thank you for the question. I'll defer that to Mr. Flynn.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Crisanti. Andrew Flynn, the city's controller. So there are a number of places where growth has not historically been paying for growth. With respect to DC eligible services, our plan has $22 billion worth of needs. We anticipate before Bill 23 that we would have recovered about $8 to $10 billion of that $22 billion over the plan. With respect to CBCs, the eligible services are $2.9 billion, and we will recover $700 million. So those are just a couple of examples of the manner in which growth does not pay for growth currently.
And you recover this through revenues that you have after the growth and the development has been complete?
Yes, so the development charges are billed to the developers upon the issuance of a building permit, which obviously means the building is going up, and there would, of course, be a pressure to provide the necessary infrastructure services when that building is completed.
Okay. So just a theory here. So we have properties that are underdeveloped, and we're receiving revenues, probably very low numbers in terms of revenues, correct? But once they're fully developed, now the revenues go, let's just use an example. If we have if there's properties that are bringing in maybe $500,000, $1 million in revenue, but once they're fully developed, that revenue potentially could go up to 10, 15, 20 million year after year. Would I be
Councillor,
is that the concept?
Do you mean revenues that...
Tax revenues.
Tax revenues? So certainly obviously you've increased the number of taxable units, so it would have a property tax increase.
Right.
But from a development perspective, the costs are much more immediate.
Right, so those costs are immediate, but when it's fully developed, then our tax revenues substantially go up.
So not necessarily, Councillor. I think that certainly depends on the property tax rate. And obviously, the development charges are there to build the infrastructure.
Right.
The property tax base funds the operations of the organization. To use a water example, the development charges are there to build the pipe. Toronto Water still has to operate the pipe, and that's what, in that case, the user fees would be for. But certainly from a transportation perspective, property taxes are there to fund the operations of the transportation division, not build the road.
Okay, that's good, thank you. But nonetheless, though, taxes are here when there's a property that's not developed. and the revenue is here, the revenue does go up to some degree at that point.
Through the speaker
Now,
to you, Councillor.
theoretically, is it possible to put a percentage of that revenue aside for any potential shortfall that was identified earlier?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, I believe that perhaps the Executive Director of Financial Planning or the CFO can respond to the budget pressures that the city is undertaking. Because I think what you're suggesting is that we put aside some of our property tax dollars for that eventuality.
Yes.
I think I'd like the Executive Director of Financial Planning to respond to whether or not we have those funds available to do that.
Okay, fair enough. But I'd like to find out the answer to that question.
Councillor will have the CFO.
Oh, right here. Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor, to your question, I think what we'd like to emphasize is the DCs are needed for the upfront investment to support the infrastructure of development.
Yes, of course.
Once the development happens and there are residents in those units, we in actual fact have an increased demand on our operating services. And in order to pay for those operating services, we rely on the tax base. And so through an annual budget, you actually get to see where your tax dollars fund the operating programs of the city. It would be a challenge on the operating budget to, in actual fact, try and pay for some of that development because the demands on the operating side are significant.
It's fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is on rental replacement, specifically as it relates to apartment conversions into condominiums. I was canvassing a large building at Crow Trail and Nielsen Road, and I noticed that most of the residents there were brand new. Upon further inquiry, I discovered that many of the residents had been told that their apartment buildings were being sold and that they had to vacate the premises because they were being sold as condos. Fortunately, we were able to get one of the residents' assistants so that she did not have to leave her apartment. Unfortunately, we met another resident who had already left and who's now living in an illegal rooming house. Scarborough Community Legal Services has confirmed that they've received numerous complaints from residents living in this same building that they have received notices that they have to leave their apartment buildings because they've been sold as condominiums. So my question is, if Bill 23 passes, do we know what effects, if any, the bill will have on the city's ability to recover these lost affordable units that have already been converted to condominiums, as I do not believe that the city has started any actions against these conversions, and to protect the remaining tenants of this building who may be facing similar pressures from the landlord to vacate their apartments?
Through the speaker, Councillor, the city has seen very few condo conversions because our policies to a certain rent level or price point, I should say, prevent the conversion. Only high-end rents or high-rent buildings would be eligible for condo conversion, and that has been the case for a long, long time. Be happy to take that scenario that you've outlined offline to explore further with you the situation there. And but specifically with Bill 23, our concern remains that the regulatory changes that are imagined in the bill are unclear, have not been defined, and are a great concern to us because of the importance of affordable rental housing.
Thank you, and I will have a conversation with you offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are to, I believe, the CFO or the Executive Director of Financial Planning. I want to talk a bit about our capital plan, how we put it together. Bill 23 doesn't help the challenges we have. We do have existing challenges that we've been facing over the last number of years related around COVID. Can you talk a bit about some of those other challenges, things like cost of borrowing, cost escalations, even COVID impacts that impact our fiscal challenges with our capital plan.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, the current environment that we find ourselves in, and this is not unique to Toronto, the increased interest rates that are being experienced in the global markets, as well as the inflationary environment that we find ourselves in, all have an impact on current projects that are in our plan. So from an inflationary perspective, we're trying to manage the cost escalations on projects that have been triggered by COVID in the sense of supply chain issues, labor market issues. And then in addition to that, from an interest perspective, there is a council policy around the debt financing ratio and what we can maintain on an annual basis. And so when we try and, I would say, balance the expectations around which projects can get delivered, as well as managing the affordability of the interest rates, they are both putting pressure on the current capital commitments.
And of course, Bill 23 has just exacerbated that, something you weren't expecting as you've been working on that, I understand. When you look at a 10-year plan, so we make decisions, we do a 10-year plan, we update it every year. We make decisions that are, years ahead because we have to do a lot of work, a lot of planning. So that also impacts our planning process, I guess, if you want to call it that, when we go through the budget process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when we're looking at, it's just not housing. I think our housing mentioned over 10 years, it's well over 1.2 billion. And water had mentioned the impact. But this is not just housing, this is water. Can you just give a sense of where else in the city and as part of our capital plan could potentially be impacted by this bill?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor, when we receive DCs, they go into a series of reserve accounts, anywhere from transit, water, parks, libraries, long-term care, childcare, ambulance, fire, police, waste diversion. So DCs are spread out amongst a series of programs, and housing is obviously one of the most significant components, but we're estimating about 11% decrease across the programs that I just mentioned.
Okay. And again, I know we're talking about the City of Toronto, but this impacts other municipalities. We're not the only one. Can you talk about some of the conversations you may have had with some of our municipal partners on these challenges that they are also facing, and the fact that we're not alone in this?
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, actually, I meet with colleagues from across the province on a regular basis, and it is these challenges that we're addressing today are not unique to Toronto. DCs are relied on across the province to help build infrastructures to support the growth of the population that is expected within the province. And this puts pressure not just on the housing side, but again, all the supporting infrastructure that I mentioned. When you build a community, you need community centers, you need parks, you need fire stations, you need the infrastructure along with the water and the sewers to help support that growth. And so that is being felt right across the province.
And when you're looking at, one of the challenges we're looking at are some of the solutions, and some have been mentioned here. Of course, rescinding the legislation would be the most obvious, and just moving forward and not doing it. Potential of, when you're looking at the capital tax increases, I'm assuming would be on the table. It's not something we'd want to look at. Has there been, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm not too sure, maybe I'm just speaking on, would the government be pulling together some sort of infrastructure fund that can be, municipalities can pool or pull out of? Has there been any conversations on, what their actual solution to this is, other than saying, no, we don't want to do this and rescinding it? I'm just trying to figure out how do they move forward.
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I wish there had been conversation around potential solutions. As we all know, this bill is relatively new, and I will once again hope that they are willing to come to the table to talk about solutions that will work not only for the city but across the province.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Mr. Lintern. Mr. Lintern, in your answers to Councillor Cole, you caught my attention. It was about the right of appeal of residents. And that was if one wanted to challenge a ruling to the OLT. Those have changed, and I think there's been some further changes in the last couple of days. Where do things sit with the TLAB?
Through the speaker, if I could ask my colleague in City Legal to help me out.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the third-party appeals, as I said, for the official plan amendments and rezonings have been reinstated, but not for minor variances and consents.
Right. So we spend a lot of time at this council, and to the chagrin of my colleagues, the bar that I have is way up here about when I vote for a TLAB appeal. Are we ready to start dealing with the inundation of political pressure to appeal matters to the TLAB? Is your team ready, Madam City Solicitor, for the extra work?
I do not have the capacity to take on additional work
How much do you
of
need?
that nature.
How much money do you need? It's a
Off the
rhetorical
top of
question.
my head, I'm not able to respond.
I'm
Thank you.
being unfair. Thank you. But I would say that that's a concern. Mr. Lintern, there's another part of the report, the various documents that we've got before us. It talks about clause 22.7.2C, but I'll make it easy. It's about the multiple units. So this legislation proposes allowing 3 units as of right, yet the briefing note says it's no new impact for the city. Do I understand this right, though, that triplexes will be as of right across the city in single home neighborhoods?
Through the speaker, yes. As far as I understand, the legislation, it will permit 3 units as of right, and they may be located within the main building on the lot, for example, or they could be made up of auxiliary buildings such as a laneway suite or a garden suite, or some combination
Could be 2
thereof.
plus 1. We allow that now, but it could also be 3 in one single building. So you said before that this, planning is fundamental to our society. Do you think people understand this? Do you think this is a big deal?
Well, through the speaker, we currently permit a secondary suite as of right. We currently permit a garden suite as of right. So it's probably not much of a stretch from a planning point of view to indicate that what the province has proposed is very similar to what the city already permits. Nevertheless, the references to multiplex housing had been discussed here at the city, not yet determined, but the province's housing task force report earlier in the year did talk about that issue, and the province has indicated that all of this legislative change flows from their document from earlier in the year.
That task force report, I'm glad you brought it up. So this report, and I'm really going to paraphrase it, but I mean, it talks about potentially higher taxes to cover these costs, more congestion in the city because it's denser and more people. It talks about stressed infrastructure, and again, I'm really paraphrasing. You've laid it out more eloquently. But I will take one piece here is that, there's no guarantee on savings to be passed on to tenants. That's in the conclusion of one of the reports. It talks about there's all this benefit to building the housing, but it doesn't mean that developers will pass those along. So with all of that in mind, who wins? Like, what advantage is there to the people of the city with this bill? Other than a bill.
Through the speaker, this is a very market-driven supply-side strategy, which certainly has its benefits in allowing a more permissive regulatory environment, and we do a lot of work here at the city talking about that. But there's no direct connection between those measures and savings pass-through, if you will, to the consumer of that housing, whether it be a tenant or an owner. So whether or not what is implied by this bill in terms of savings actually attaches itself to a housing savings is not conditioned by the legislation.
Can you slip that in the planning reports, the bill, the cost to ratepayers, to residents every time something goes through? Can you add it to the financial section?
That was your
That would
last
help,
question.
I think that's through the speaker, I think that's generally discussed every year in the budget discussion and made quite aware to council about those costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the speakers list. Oh, okay, sorry, your system's not working. Okay, Counselor Thompson, you have a question.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff. So Bill 23, more affordable housing, more housing being built. They're not affordable necessarily, is that correct?
Through the Speaker, by example, in the inclusionary zoning, in our view, the housing is less affordable, specifically less affordable.
Right. And at the moment in the city of Toronto, how many affordable housing do we actually need? How many people are actually on our waiting list, waiting for housing that is deemed to be affordable?
Through the Speaker, maybe Abby Bond can help me out with that.
Yes, thank you. Through the speaker. So we have almost around 80,000 people waiting for social housing in our city right now. And that's one of the reasons why in the city's housing TO plan, we've targeted a need for 40,000 new affordable rental units. And why we've said we need at least 18,000 of them to be supportive housing so we can assist in taking the pressure off our shelter system as well.
But Bill 23 will not get us there, is that correct? Based on how it's being proposed currently.
Through the speaker, I think generally we feel that this is a missed opportunity to make real gains around affordable housing and to build on trends. I think that the progress the city has been able to make in recent years to start to deliver an increased affordable housing supply.
Okay. Thank you. I think this question is for Ms. Cook. Just reading this report, there are 9 items here as part of your preliminary impact analysis, and obviously they're stated in the report. But what I note is missing here is an economic impact as part of this. I'm wondering whether or not it wouldn't be why that was missed, because it would be, from my view, it would seems to me that this, the analysis failed to look at the actual economic impact, because it seems to me that the city is going to be impacted greatly because you don't have housing. It has an impact with respect to investment opportunities in the city and the growth of the city with respect to parkland reduction, many of the quality of life services that we would need and want for economic development in the city is actually not being incorporated, in my view, as part of the analysis. I'm just wondering why that was not considered.
Through the Speaker, perhaps I can assist the interim city manager. The report does speak to the economic impact of the impact on our capital budget plan. So there are some job impact translations in that report. But overall, Councillor, you're raising an issue that is more generally concerning about this overall approach, which is where is the economic impact of this legislative change, the analysis behind this, and what impact will it have in the long term on our quality of life, on that connectedness between our livability, prosperity, affordability, and sustainability. They all connect together.
Right.
So that is something that we're struggling to appreciate. Again, it's a new bill, and we will continue to look at these economic impacts as we understand its implementation.
So there are 2 specific areas that have been looked at. I think was stated before, the DC loss and the community benefits, which I understood was about $350 million. But and based on your response to my question, would it be safe to say that we're looking at least $1 billion or $1.2 billion of lost economic benefits to the City of Toronto? Representing 20% of Canada's GDP?
Yeah, the direct impact to the capital budget has been identified as $230 million a year, just for the DCs alone. There are, of course, economic impacts of other aspects of this bill that have not been evaluated, but are certainly of a concern.
Just final question through you, Speaker, to our solicitor. we understand the relationship between the province and the city. Are there any opportunities in terms of looking at legal recourses to be able to obviously address some of these concerns that we have, given its potential impact on the City of Toronto and its future?
You know, what I will say is this is the sort of question that I would normally handle in camera. However,
Okay.
so I will answer very generally speaking that provincial governments do have the power to create, dissolve, empower, and remove powers from municipal governments.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that that's the end of our questions. Now we'll put the speakers list on the screen. Okay. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking our city staff for how quickly they moved in light of a bill that we'd had no consultation on. You've heard them all confirm there was none, and there was none at the political level either, but they put together nonetheless a very comprehensive response that was submitted to the government in writing, and also Mr. Lintern did a great job representing us in the time available to him on our behalf at the committee and making those submissions to the legislature. All of the city staff have indicated today that this bill has a huge impact on a number of cities. Oh, and by the way, I have a motion, so if we could put that up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if we can put the motion, the mayor's motion on the screen, please.
So it impacts on a lot of different city policies, and my motion covers, I guess, in its first paragraph, the request we make to the province to amend this bill to preserve the city's green standard, rental replacement, parkland, community benefits charges, and DCs, and I'll come back to the DCs and some of the financial implications in a moment, to preserve all of those policies. They were good public policy put in place in some cases to directly speak to the question that this bill supposedly speaks to, which is to increase the supply, in particular in our case, of affordable housing, but housing generally. And in the discussions that have been ongoing at the official level and at the political level with this government, they indicate in some cases that these impacts on these policies were inadvertent. That may well be so. But the best way in which to indicate if it's inadvertent then is to just restore the policy and have the bill not have an impact on those policies. The discussions have been going on since the day the bill was introduced because there was no discussion happening before it was introduced, and they continue to this day. And I will say they're constructive. The government is listening, but it is still necessary today, and this is a very important point, I think, that we speak with one voice. We've had a meeting of the big city mayors. The big city mayors have different concerns or different gradations of their concern on different parts of this bill, but they're all concerned about the bill. But they have spoken and are speaking with the government with one voice, as all of the mayors of the cities, particularly the big ones. But I think it's important for us as the council of the biggest city in the province, with the greatest impact, quite frankly, of this bill on us in many respects, not just financial, that we should speak with one voice. And the motion has been put together in such a way as to do that and to emphasize to them that these policies were put in place, whether it be rental replacement or whether it be any of these policies, with a view to, as the motion says, facilitate responsible growth. Responsible growth. The policies are working. The policies are working. And they all had public policy objectives that were valid, and they did not stand in the way of the development of housing. Heaven knows, if you look at the amount of housing that's being produced in this city, and we were starting to catch up on affordable housing, that these policies did not stand in the way of that. And so we do look to reinstate those policies, and the motion requests the province to do so. I want to devote most of my remaining time to just looking at the financial impact that this bill has. I described it in short form to the Premier and to others that I've dealt with in the government as being a fairly straightforward equation. Straightforward doesn't mean acceptable, it just means straightforward. They're taking money that otherwise would have come to us to pay for growth and leaving it in the hands of the developers and leaving us with the bill for all of the infrastructure and other things that have to be done to facilitate growth and build complete, strong communities. That's what's going on here. And so I made it clear, I was speaking only on my own behalf to say, look, had you done that particular aspect of this and decided that you thought it was good public policy to discount development charges, and I'll parenthetically say I wasn't too happy at the fact that we spent a lot of time putting together a development charge bylaw that took account, for example, of some of the concerns of the industry with respect to how the increases that we recently approved were phased in. And I noted that while that was agreed to by the industry, that phase-in was a fair phase-in, now they're calling it the greatest housing plan ever, that the government has unilaterally decided to change that phase-in period and do worse than that, in fact, and do away with a lot of this revenue. But the bottom line is, had the government said, we think it's a valid public policy tool, and I'm not sure any of us could really argue with it, to stimulate more development of housing, and in particular affordable housing, to discount development charges, had they said, and we will make you whole for every penny that you're out because you still have to build the sewers and the transit and all the different things that have been referred to today, we might have said, well, that's something worth taking a look at. But when it just comes out of our pocket and we have to build the same infrastructure, this is just not a sensible or viable policy. It is just wrong in principle to offer these kinds of incentives to developers and use our money to do it. Secondly, growth has to continue to pay for growth. I mean, there's no way around the fact that we do require all of the different kinds of infrastructure that have been discussed today in order to accompany development. And finally, I think the most important thing of all in terms of our commitment, which I thought we all shared, to affordable housing, is that from the cancellation of the availability of funds for housing services, that all of our programs, all of them will be gutted. And all of them will be gutted. So that money will not be available to us, and in turn to use it, as we have been doing so successfully, through Open Doors and Housing Now and so on, to make rents affordable for periods from 50 to 99 years. And we'll be left in a situation where we're far worse off as a city in terms of our ability to continue to make the progress we're making on increasing the supply of affordable housing and housing generally. So I think the motion puts forward a reasonable series of requests for us to make to the province to make these changes. There are discussions ongoing, and I think, as always, we have to have a certain degree, not unlimited, a certain degree of patience that we carry on with those discussions, but make our voice as a council very clear on these matters through this motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, 5 minutes.
I think you need to, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've spoken to city staff and to the mayor's staff, and I wanted to offer my motion as a friendly amendment to the mayor's motions in relation to the Toronto Green Standards. Could we share that motion?
Okay, can you just read your motion? And
Yeah,
then,
that City Council requests the Province of Ontario amend Bill 23 to preserve Toronto's ability to require a Green Development Standards checklist, Toronto Green Standard, for a complete planning application. Madam Speaker, with Bill 23, the City of Toronto can't meet its climate goals. We don't need it to accelerate transit, but what we do know is that it's going to be harmful. We heard from city staff that it won't help us deal with the affordability problem, and we're not going to achieve the level of development envisioned in that bill. It endangers the preservation of existing affordable rental housing, ending Toronto's rental replacement protections, which are so important, and the city has been able to save literally thousands of rental units. 5,000, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. In the city right now, there are 70,000 purpose-built apartments built before 1960. This is the scale of the risk that we're facing. It guts inclusionary zoning, which is so important, and a hard-fought fight. It imposes an unaffordable, a definition of affordability that we heard today could force people to leave the city or force them to be homeless. In addition, gutting the community benefits charge, and for my ward in particular, the parkland levies. It's so important. We are the most lacking in parks anywhere in the city in Ward 9 Davenport, and we need to remedy that, especially as we grow. And I also want to say that all three pieces of legislation, Bill 23 and the bill that must not be named, they're linked. They're linked. Because what it does is it diminishes municipal voice, just for the sake of these provincial priorities that we heard are harmful to our city and to the people in our city. I want to say that that matters. It matters here today to me because the median income in this city is $39,000. Those people are the people that worked through the pandemic. They made supply chains function. They worked in hospitals. They worked in the front lines protecting us. And those people count in my point of view. You know, for some of us here, our voice matters. And why does it matter? In my particular case, you know, I'm a refugee. I'm working class and proud. I'm a first generation to go to university. That's who those people out there who have kept this city going very much reflect that. And the diversity of this council matters because every single one of us has an experience that's significant. We need to bring that here. And that's, you know, I'm thinking about those people. I'd like to be able to continue to voice the concerns that arise from the people in the city who are struggling, who are facing homelessness, who are themselves homeless, who aren't sure how they're going to pay their rent in the future. And so I think that it's impossible to disaffiliate these things. Yes, we need more transit, and we can do that without Bill 23. Yes, we need more housing, and we can do it without Bill 23. And more importantly, we need affordable housing, and Bill 23 prevents us from doing that. That's terrifying to me. Every day I went to the door in Davenport, and not just in this election, but I've been going to doors in Davenport, as some of you might know, for 20 years. And every single time, affordable housing is of prime concern. And climate. We can't reach our climate goals if we can't set a green standard in this city. We can't do it in time, which is, you know, very ambitious and important. Toronto's Transform TO plan is transformational. And we can't do, you know, we can't reach climate goals because half of the emissions in anywhere are from buildings, right? And we're running out of time. So I hope that, you know, I look forward to making sure that the green standard is part of a complete planning application. And I just want to highlight that we have a responsibility individually, as I understand it, the responsibility that I'm bringing as a counselor, to speak for people who are right now feeling voiceless and feeling like they're not being heard in terms of their material reality. I hope that we're all going to take that very seriously as we continue to deliberate governance in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, just wave your hands. You do have a question, Councillor Perks. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Bravo, so that I can understand, what is the importance of your motion compared to other motions that might be moved?
I believe that my motion mentions that meeting the Toronto Green Standard in development, it has to be part of a complete planning application. But there has to be a plan to actually meet the green standard that the City of Toronto has set and which allows us to get to those Transform TO goals, which are so important.
So the distinction is that while there were amendments that said, yes, Toronto could consider the green standard as part of site plan, your motion says that, no, we don't wait till site plan. In order for the city to even evaluate your application as a complete application that we look at, you must have the green standard in place at the beginning. Is that a fair
Absolutely.
understanding?
It has been the will of this council and has been city policy to make sure that we're including that, and it has to continue. Otherwise, we're in trouble because a building lasts 50 years, and we need to get to net zero in 18 years. So once a building is up, we lose the opportunity to do that. And I just want to also highlight that meeting those standards is actually good for tenants and it protects people because a green building is a healthy building, is a warm building. And, you know, so all of these things are connected. And obviously, we're all hurt with climate disasters that people have been facing, including in my neighborhood with flooding.
And does a green building also, because it's built to be energy efficient, reduce the utility bills of tenants?
That's so crucial. The affordability challenge has very much to do with increased energy bills. Increased energy bills are eating into household incomes, and that is actually, you know, coupled with high rents, coupled with inflation, is hurting residents not only in my ward but across the city.
And finally, in terms of having the checklist as part of the rezoning application rather than its site plan, is it also important that council doesn't consider site plans? We only consider the rezoning application. So we're only able, as a deliberative body, to make comment on an application's green standards if it's part of the original checklist instead of its site plan at the end.
Absolutely. If we want to be able to fulfill our role of providing prudent oversight in the public interest, then this piece is important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker, on a point of order. On a point of order, I want to understand something. So Councillor Bravo suggested that her motion be a friendly amendment to the mayor. Wouldn't normal process be at this point that the mayor either accepts it as a friendly amendment?
Yes, that's what I was going to. Mayor, is it a friendly amendment? Oh, sorry.
Speaker, I thought you'd never ask, and the answer is yes.
Oh, normally we don't take friendly amendments? Hostile amendments? Okay. So the mayor has indicated, yes, that he's fine with the amendment by Councillor Bravo. Okay. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to start by acknowledging the staff report is excellent. I'm sure it was done very quickly, but they've really covered all the bases and done a great job of highlighting the significant impacts on the City of Toronto if this passes in its current form. And, you know, the very first thing we need to identify is just the loss of revenue, the loss of 230 million annually, which could grow. I mean, that when we have an $815 million shortfall is really of great concern. But also this bill will also limit our ability to secure quality park land. And as a representative of Midtown, where we have application after application, trying to go as far as they can and wide as they can, and really a deficit of parkland in my quadrant, the northeast quadrant, which has been identified by parks. This is a huge concern for local residents. Also, this bill will result in delisting potentially thousands of heritage properties, opening them up to demolition with no protections in place. So what we heard earlier is up to 4,000, possibly more properties at risk. Also, many of us have worked on the Toronto Green Standard, particularly staff, but many of us have moved motions. And, you know, we want those sustainable design elements throughout the site plan process. And this will once again limit our ability to put that in place or to sustain that. Also, rental units, we've heard lots about that today. This is a big concern for Don Valley West, Ward 15, where developers are regularly demolishing existing low and mid-rise rental buildings. In fact, I had a meeting about one 3 days ago with North York planners about another mid-rise rental coming down, displacing hundreds of tenants in the process. So this is heartbreaking, quite frankly. And when you represent an area like Midtown, it's particularly so. Bill 23 also severely weakens our brand new exclusionary zoning policy by capping the percentage of affordable units and shortening the affordability period from 99 to 25 years. So, you know, at the same time, increasing secured prices and rents. I mean, it goes on and on. Also, I think something we should all be concerned about, given the turnout at the recent election, is public input and civic engagement. This once again erodes decision-making authority from not just municipal councils, but it really removes key avenues of public participation and consultation from the planning process. Again, we have a very sophisticated planning division in Toronto. We know what we're doing. We know what we want to do and how we want to do it. But this erodes that decision-making authority that we have as a council, city staff, planners, but most importantly, how it removes those key avenues of public participation. And we heard just about T-Lab a few minutes ago. So this is unsettling. And something as important as the development review process and removing right-of-way considerations would limit the city's ability to ensure a cohesive and well-designed public realm, including street trees, which again, many of us are big proponents of our tree canopy. So again, this is very concerning. I would like to see this entire bill withdrawn, but at least certainly we need to have some input from residents. It's happened so quickly during the council election, so quickly at lightning speed. And I just don't even know if residents fully understand the full impacts of this bill. But to me, at the heart of it is city planning and public consultations. So I really hope that this bill will be withdrawn, or the motions that have been put forward today so far are really given some great weighting at the provincial level, because this is distressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you're not ready, correct? No, I'm not. Okay. Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I am beyond alarmed, I'm beyond concerned, I am beyond upset. In the questions that I asked of city staff, we were told that in a number of ways, in a number of very specific ways, Bill 23 runs the risk of increasing the number of homeless people in the city of Toronto. What housing plan makes people homeless? It's a very simple question to which we have never received an answer from the province of Ontario. And if the legislation, according to our staff, creates the risk of making more people homeless in a city whose shelter capacity, to quote staff, is stretched, what is the purpose of the bill? What is your housing plan if it makes people homeless? What are you trying to achieve? I think the answer is very, very simple. I think it's very, very obvious. In other regions of the Greater Toronto Area, it is very clearly about helping people who have purchased land which was not allowed to be developed for housing, and now they can develop it for housing. That is an overnight profit. You do not even have to build the housing. The land suddenly increases in value. You make a paper profit the day that legislation is passed. Literally, this bill puts money into the hands of very specific individual property owners, some of whom are well-known donors to the Conservative Party. What does it mean? So now we must ask ourselves, what does it mean in the city of Toronto? Well, let's consider for a moment what the provincial priorities in the city of Toronto have been. They want to build certain transit lines, or they have contracted the private industry to build certain transit lines. Under this legislation, the province can say this is a transit and housing priority, and using a bill not to be named, they can say, we now are tripling the density on those sites along Eglinton, along Finch, with the new Ontario line, and potentially in other transit lines that the province has expressed an interest in. Well, using the same reasoning, we know that this approach, having heard from staff, runs the risk of making people homeless. So who benefits from declaring transit and housing in the City of Toronto is a provincial priority and that the province can unilaterally upzone? Who benefits from that? Developers who own land in the vicinity of Eglinton, of Finch, of the Ontario line, and other areas where the province has expressed an interest in building transit. It is perverse, obscene, and absurd that we are being asked to take the cost of building that transit off development charges, put it on the property tax base so that people who own land along those transit corridors make higher profits and people become homeless. How is this a benefit to any Torontonian? This has nothing to do with solving our housing problems. It has nothing to do with solving our transit problems. It has nothing to do with improving the quality of life for Torontonians. This is about helping wealthy people who own land make more money and forcing the rest of us in the City of Toronto to pay for it with increased taxes.
Please, if I can ask the public, please just wave your hands.
I'm waving my hands. You follow my lead, okay? Members, we are going to vote on a series of very strong recommendations today to tell the province this is not in the interest of the City of Toronto. It is not in the public interest. The mayor has invited us to work with him, and I would like to invite the mayor to work with us in a public campaign. This isn't just about having meetings in the premier's office. This is about organizing town halls. This is about going door to door in conservative ridings in the City of Toronto. This is about buying ads. This is about using the ad space in the TTC. Stop this perverse attack on democracy in the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Please, please. Councillor Coe, are you ready yet? Okay. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's really nothing in here that helps the City of Toronto. There's nothing in here that addresses the affordability crisis that we face. There's nothing in here that secures the tenancies of tenants. In fact, it reduces the security of tenancy of renters. You know, when you try and build housing faster, in an unregulated environment, you usually build third-rate housing. The American experience in their urban renewal of the 50s and 60s proved that if you put things up faster, you throw money at it, and you don't regulate it, you end up with deteriorating housing. And they're starting to tear all that down because of the unregulated lack of supervision and lack of building management. When you look through this potential package, this bill, and you look at every aspect of it, on the fiscal side, potential loss of $230 million in an environment in which we're already facing an over $800 million deficit for this year, for last year, and for this year. This is actually devastating to our financial situation and our ability to keep up our infrastructure. I have a project in my ward in which we are going to be building almost 500 affordable units. Now, I don't remember the exact configurations, but that probably put over 1,000 people, probably closer to 1,500 people, into affordable units. The project's delayed because of aging infrastructure, the inability to handle that kind of capacity in the area. If we don't have the revenue and the resources to build infrastructure, and developers are not on the hook to do it, we will not be able to build the infrastructure necessary to build the housing that we need. Rental replacement is crucial to many of the applications that are certainly in my ward and across North Warwick. If you can't have a rental replacement strategy, you will be putting hundreds, perhaps thousands of people out on the street through a very legalistic, confrontational, brittle eviction process. And this will be devastating across our city. We will be spending all of our time on rental replacement fights, evictions, and trying to find homes for those people who are pushed out. Now, I mean, we are already overwhelmed through the shrinkage of council, and with the ability to handle a changing city, a growing city, and to add this to the mix would be devastating. I'm very concerned about some of the provisions here, as we discussed during questions to staff about parkland and reducing the quality of land that developers are supposed to give as part of their parkland dedication. The fact that they can do potentially land swaps in different parts of the city, in other words, not even giving the green space to the area where the development is taking place, that actually defies logic. At the same time, where they can give third-rate commercial or environmentally sensitive areas where there's potentially environmental problems and we have to clean it up, that's another area where we would be on the hook and in deep trouble. And finally, I would say that when it comes to affordability, I see very little in here about building affordable homes. It reduces the ability to lock in long-term, decades-long agreements for affordability. In my area, we lock in at the lower end, 25 years, and at the upper end, 99 years. And of course, those are the special projects that we do through Open Door and Housing Now. We don't, and of course, there's purpose-built rental all over the place, where that's decades and decades of rental with affordable units embedded in them. So I don't see anything in here that's worthy of our support. I see it as fiscally damaging. I see it as hurting the housing market. I see it as pushing tenants out of rentals. I see us getting deficient parkland, if we get parkland at all. I see it as creating an inability to create the infrastructure so we can build more affordable housing. And I know that there's 1,500 people that would like to get into an affordable housing unit in my area, but we can't because of aging infrastructure. So at the end of the day, I'm going to be supporting the mayor and any other members of council that are going to be working to fight this legislation. I think in the long term, it will be very devastating for our city, and it is not worthy of our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, yesterday we were assured about this bill that we will discuss at a later date, that it will support enforcing provincial priorities. Looking at Bill 23, I am alarmed about what those provincial priorities are. It is the province's priority to build more housing, not affordable housing, not diverse housing, not housing supported by good infrastructure. So what kind of housing is it? Housing that maximizes the profit of a select few while ignoring the needs of Torontonians who live with a range of incomes and needs which are currently not reflected in our housing stock. Inclusionary zoning, as it was approved by council, was a move in the right direction towards creating affordable rentals. Now, the province will gut this plan by reducing the percentage required and limiting the period of affordability to only 25 years. When many of us were canvassing this summer, I'm sure we all met those beautiful elderly couples that had lived in their homes for 50, 60, 70 years, a home where they raised their families and are currently aging in. Can you imagine what happens when 25 years into a rental, an older couple now has to find a comparable rental, which will likely not be available? Further, the city's ability to preserve its stock of affordable rentals will be significantly eroded with Bill 23, imposing limitations on the city to stop and regulate the demolition of residential rental properties. The provincial priority is not about building a world-class city where every Toronto resident has the opportunity to thrive. Instead, we will get more unaffordable housing without properly funded infrastructure. As a mom, every few months I wake up at 7 a.m. to participate in Toronto Parks and Rec Hunger Games. Many parents will know the pain of finally getting in at 7:06 and being waitlisted. The reason for this is not because of the technology of the online system, but because there simply aren't enough spots available. Our infrastructure is not growing at the pace of our population growth, and now the province will further starve our ability to build critical infrastructure that creates whole communities, including parks, community centers, and daycares. How can the province force us to support these priorities? Willowdale, Ward 18, is already a high-growth center where developments that are not in line with our secondary plan are regularly approved by the province at LPAT. Our growth has long outpaced our infrastructure, with families on daycare waiting lists from the day they are pregnant and still unable to get a spot after maternity leave is completed. I do not want to live in a city where the provincial government is defining our priorities. We, the councillors and mayor, were elected to represent our communities, and collectively, we can build a city where all residents have the opportunity to thrive. We must work together to share our vision and priorities with the province and help them understand that growth without diversity in housing and growth without properly funded infrastructure is not sustainable and will significantly decrease the quality of life for all Torontonians. We must not allow these provincial priorities to design the future of Toronto. We must fight as the voice of our constituents for affordable investment in affordable and diverse housing options, properly funded infrastructure, adequate parkland, and the protection of our greenbelt. I support the requests made by the city for the amendments, as well as all my colleagues for Bill 23, and look forward to good faith discussion about the bill, which we will not name, that will allow the province to push its priorities to the detriment of the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Please, if I can please ask you again, please just wave your hands. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion here that was pre-circulated on rental replacement. Could have that.
Motion is on the screen.
And that's not yet on the screen, Speaker.
I see it.
Oh, now it's on the screen.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
This is a motion to request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to postpone enacting the regulations under Schedule 4 of Bill 23, which would grant the minister authority to impose limits and conditions on municipalities' regulation of demolition or conversion of rental units until such time as there has been focused consultation with municipalities as part of the development of the minister's regulations to ensure municipalities can continue to require replacement rental housing and support impact tenants. And I'm moving this formally today on the heels of many interventions and speeches by so many councillors, and I was very taken by you, Councillor Pasternak, and what you're experiencing in your ward, because some wards, like yours, and I know that area, and other wards, like Councillor Myers has spoken about, have historically had large swaths of rental housing. It was built as purpose-built rental. In East York, there's a zone in my ward that is actually zoned apartment neighborhood. I don't know if that's the zoning that stands in your ward. I'm getting a nod. That these were set aside very particularly for renters. And as we know, about 48% of residents in the City of Toronto are renters. And while we have a bill called Building More Homes Faster, we can't also have a bill which is evicting more tenants faster, because that's the corollary of this bill. It's wrong. I think every one of us that has a rental, large-scale rental, and I'm looking at you, Councillor Crisanti, I know in Etobicoke North, there's large swaths of apartment neighborhoods. Councillor Manta, I think in all of our wards, there's areas that were built, purpose-built rental for renters, understanding that not everybody in the city will own a home. There will never be 100% home ownership. So undermining the rights of tenants, undermining our ability, as we've shown, with 5,000 rental units having been saved since the city introduced a rental replacement bylaw in 2007, and that was the amalgamated city, that's working. It's working for renters, it's working for the city, it's working for us. So while I know we support the building of new housing, we also strongly support the building of affordable new housing and limiting that spectrum of years that it remains affordable is really dangerous. I think all of us know, or I hope all of us know, that in our Housing Now plan, which I have always said, the mayor brought in an amazing plan to use our lands, 30% or 1/3 condo, 1/3 rental, 1/3 affordable. It is a very, very solid plan in our city using our lands. So we recognize that there's a lot of rental that's required, and this bill would eclipse that. We heard from Councillor Myers that he was knocking on doors, and there's already conversions underway of buildings that were built with a zoning that isn't a condo zoning. It's not a private ownership zoning. So I hope that we're going to be able to look into that too, because that is wrong. So I hope you'll support this. I will be asking for a recorded vote on this, because I think so many of us, we need to look after renters, because this bill does not look after those who rent in the city of Toronto. And I just want to pick up in my few minutes left, or few seconds left, on what Councillor Cole was saying, is that since these discussions started at the province and with the Ford government, that developers are really and truly saying, I don't want to do that, I'm going straight to the OLT. And this is happening in all of our wards very much, and I would probably not today, but ask that we start tracking what that trend looks like, what that pattern looks like. And I'm looking at you, Councillor Bradford, as our new Chair of Planning and Housing. I really think that we need to be doing that in our committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole? Oh, sorry. Councillor Matlow? 3 minutes clarification of the motion. Just 1 sec. There you go.
Thank you. This is a wonderful motion, Councillor Fletcher, and incredibly helpful. And I want to clarify, roughly half of Torontonians are renters. Is that not true?
Slightly less,
47, 48%.
51, 52% owners, yes.
So the City of Toronto certainly, I think it's fair to say, has an obligation and responsibility to advocate for roughly half of our population who are tenants in the city.
Yes, we do, and I note that in the brief that we got from our interim city manager, that is a fantastic briefing note. Very, very clearly is that laid out, that we do have an obligation for renters, and unfortunately, in the changes that are being proposed under Bill 23, there has not been a change around rental, which is why this motion asks to request the government to basically not to slowly look at changing that, or not to say do it right now, but we want them to pause and look at the issue of renters. And I would say that many of the MPPs that we have as councillors are in areas that have large rental swaths of apartment neighborhoods.
That's absolutely true. And you know, is it fair to read into your motion that you're not actually opining on whether or not building housing is necessary. You're just saying that it's important for Toronto to be able to protect renters who want to be able to afford to remain in their homes and have their homes, in the communities that they've lived in perhaps for many years and even perhaps even raised their children in.
Yes, it is very important to protect renters. It's also very important to protect the rental stock. And when we hear about conversions of rental apartments over to condos, that is now, those are being sold. Now, they might be sold to an investor because, as I learned last week, 80% of new built condos are sold to investors. They're not sold to people that are moving in there, but they'll be sold to investors who'll then in turn rent it, but at very, very high prices. So as a renter, you want to know your lease is good for you, that you can stay in that place and age in that place and live in the community that you might have lived in for 10, 20, 30 years.
Good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair. I have a motion. Motion reads that the City Council requests the City Manager report on the continued need for a City of Toronto Planning Department. The motion is based on an incredible blitzkrieg of draconian provincial legislation over planning powers in the City of Toronto, unprecedented. I've never seen in all my years such dramatic change in planning in a municipality and municipalities. Never happened before. We thought Mike Harris made some changes. Mike Harris looks like a Boy Scout compared to what we're seeing here in Ontario now. So I think given these changes, we really have to reevaluate what our planning department does. As I mentioned before, I have 94 major development applications in my ward. Yes, there is development north of Eglinton, believe it or not. 94 major developments. Purpose-built rental, condos, affordable housing. Some of it's good. I mean, we've got the new Lawrence Heights increased density by 30%. We've got the RENA Foundation building for supportive housing. So some of it is good. The problem is the pace. And as Councillor Fletcher mentioned, there's been a dramatic change. Developers now are saying, I'm not even attending the community meeting because I'm appealing at the Ontario Land Tribunal. And people say to me, they can't do that. I said, they can. They said, what's the Ontario? They don't know what the Ontario Land Tribunal even is. Most people in Toronto have no idea. Name me one member of the Ontario Land Tribunal. Can anybody name me one member of the Ontario Land Tribunal? They decide planning in Toronto. Behind closed doors, no public in attendance. Yes, there are many lawyers that attend. We send our lawyers. The applicant has lawyers. I mean, it's a pension plan for lawyers, basically, as far as I'm concerned, at the Ontario Land Tribunal. So this motion tries to get our planning department to say, what really is our role now? Because if all these decisions in planning are being made by this anonymous secret body, you know, what do we have to say here? And people still come to our meetings. We know. Councillor Matlow gets them. They all come and say, oh, you got to stop that application. Well, it's at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Yeah, but you still got to stop it. They have no idea that we don't have the authority to basically do anything but go there and beg at the Ontario Land Tribunal, can we have a bit of grass? Can we have maybe a child care center? Can we have one less floor? We go and beg at the Ontario Land Tribunal, and that's one of the reasons why we can't attract planners anymore, because they say, I don't want to come and work in Toronto and spend all my time with lawyers at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I want to plan. So we're losing all kinds of planners. Young planners don't even want to work in Toronto because it's so complex and it's all legal jargon. So we can't even get good young people who want to come and work here because of all these changes. So I just think it's about time we reevaluated it. And I was saying to someone, what we need to do now is, you know, those big blue planning application signs that go up in all the sites. Let's say, you know, planning 28 stories, 50, 60 stories, planning meeting. Well, now I hope, and I'll be asking for this, that we put a big sticker on these signs that say, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Here's the phone number of your MPP. Here's the phone number of the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Mr. Steve Clark, the former mayor of Brockville, where there's only one building over 2 stories in all of Brockville. And if he wants to talk about density and talk about intensification, why not build a second building over 2 stories in Brockville?
Councillor Cole, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, please, just wave your hands. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Councillor Matlow, you have a question to Councillor Cole, a clarification of the motion? Yes, there you go.
Thanks. So I think it's just important, just for this to be asked to begin with, Councillor Cole. By supporting this motion, in no way is there a suggestion that we don't appreciate the professional and determined work of our planning staff. It's just meant to make a point that we are seeing that even the limited toolbox that we have is being just sort of, you know, buried out and emptied by the province step after step after step, and including our experience with the Ontario Land Tribunal. But we have incredible confidence in our chief planner and his team. That's not the question, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. We know how hard our planners work. I mean, my heart bleeds for them, really, literally, because they are trying to basically deal with the applicant. They're trying to deal with all these Bay Street lawyers. They're trying to deal with the irate citizens, the RAs, and they're overwhelmed. And so I think by reevaluating their role, we can explain to the public that there is an Ontario Land Tribunal now that's taken over. Maybe we can help relieve the pressure on our planners who are doing the best they can.
And in fact, is it not true that our planners have been asked to do the impossible? Sometimes they pull it off because they're so good.
A clarification.
Yes,
of the motion,
but is it not
please.
true that our planners have been asked to now write complete reports within an unreasonable time frame that are often then ignored because it goes to the Ontario Lands Tribunal that's outside of the city's purview? That in fact, if there's any redundancy, it's due to provincial actions rather than the work of the planners themselves, who are actually trying to make a difference. That's why they went into this profession in the first place.
Yeah, because I think you're right that all the work that our planners do, our engineering department does, all of our infrastructure reports, et cetera, and along with our planners, that basically, all that work is null and void, because what happens is when it goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal, it's all discounted.
Right.
They have this de novo at the tribunal.
Yeah.
Whereas before it wasn't de novo, so therefore all that work is basically disregarded. So you can imagine how frustrated our poor planners are.
I think then you have absolutely clarified your motion, and I appreciate the statement that you're making.
Thank you.
For the opportunity.
Councillor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I have a motion. Is the motion going to come up?
Does the staff have your motion?
They do, yes.
Okay, there it is. It's on the screen.
All right, thank you. I can read out the motion. City Council requests the Province of Ontario amend the definition of affordable housing to follow the City of Toronto's Official Plan Amendment 558 updating the definition of affordable rental and ownership housing as approved by City Council on November 9th, 2021. This is a very straightforward and powerful motion about our commitment to building affordable housing. Contrary to the provincial government's Bill 23, and despite its very ambitious name, and as many of my colleagues and staff have underscored, this bill is bad for housing, and it's bad for affordability in our city, it's bad for the environment, and it's bad for Toronto. This bill reduces the city's revenue, diminishes housing affordability, and degrades our capability to be leaders in addressing the climate crisis. In communities across Toronto, and especially in my ward and my home, Spadina-Fort York, this bill would have a devastating effect on our ability to create complete communities where all residents belong and have what they need to thrive. It's unacceptable that so many people and families are being priced out of our city, and this bill would make living downtown and building a future here even more out of reach, and would hasten the displacement of low and middle class income earners, as was referenced by my colleagues as well, the people who made this city work. As our downtown communities continue to grow, we need the hard and social infrastructure that comes alongside growth. We've come through a pandemic where we've seen how vital things like our green spaces are for our well-being and the livability and the viability of our city's future. And we desperately need more green spaces, and I'm proud of the work in Spadina-Fort York to address this urgent priority. Had this bill passed last term, we would not have been able to see the creation of Lower Garrison Creek Park, Love Park, or Relic Park move forward. You'll have to excuse me, I'm just fighting a cold. We've seen firsthand the impacts on our neighborhoods when development happens without proper city infrastructure behind it. This is not the way forward for Spadina-Fort York, and it's not the way forward for Toronto. And Bill 23, and I will make this absolutely clear to this body, is just the latest continuation of this province's interference in how we run our city. From the provincial government's interference in the 2018 election, to strong mayor legislation, to Bill 23, it is imperative the City Council stands up to the province for the rights of our city and the rights of our democratic institutions. Council must be united in defense of Toronto, in defense of our community voices, in their future and our democracy. Let's stand together against these bills and protect our city. Thank you very much.
Please, I don't want to ask again, please. Just wave. Thank you. Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was the audience. Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to bring to your attention that whole section of they're all new. But they're all there, all in one spot. In case anybody hasn't noticed.
Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start my official comments, I also want to say thank you to all my, I was going to say trustee colleagues, council colleagues here today, and to all the staff for such a warm welcome. It's appreciated very much. I actually feel at home already. I just want to start by saying I support the mayor's motion that is in front of us. I also want to say I support Councillor Bravo's amendment as well. It's a welcome. I first heard rumors floating about the end of rental replacement policies. I dreaded the effects it would have in my community and across the city. Over 70% of people in Toronto Centre, live in rental buildings. They are now at risk of losing the protections the city has fought so hard for over the last many years. We have ongoing development applications in Toronto Centre, and that might be affected immediately by these changes. For example, St. Mary's and 88 Isabella, 25 St. Mary's and 88 Isabella are examples of that. The removal of these protections will hinder our efforts to maintain affordable rental housing stock, but also the ability to ensure sensible short-term protections for residents being temporarily relocated from their homes. And I just want to mention Councillor Fletcher's motion as well. It's well appreciated by me and my community. I'm worried about the applications like these in the future. Our rental housing stock in Toronto Centre is aging. And despite having a huge rate of development, many of these buildings serve as secure housing for lower income residents. I also worry about neighborhoods like St. Jamestown, dense tower communities like St. Jamestown, where the vast majority of residents are renters, require protection by the city and by this council. St. Jamestown is just one example of what could dramatically change overnight if these protections are removed. With the majority of properties being owned by one company, they could decide to redevelop the entire community with little to no protection and guarantees for the thousands of residents who call St. Jamestown home. I applaud the mayor and his council for supporting these protections. It is hard to imagine verbalize the devastation that removing these protections would have across our city. So I'm happy that we are united here today to fight this bill. There's an old saying, what unites us, our enemies, right? In the sense that keep your enemies close, but your friends closer. So thank you. I'm sure I messed that up, but
Thank
something
you.
like that.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I read the news about Bill 24, I had the same concerns that I've heard in all of the motions today, particularly the first motion that the mayor read and all of the enhancements to it. Same except, God love you, Councillor Cole, but I worry about my colleague Councillor Cole's motion. Once upon a time in New Zealand, a politician said, "Why do we even bother having school boards?" And the next thing we know, a state government got rid of them. So I worry about that motion. All the rest, of course, we should pass. When I read it, I kind of went into victim mode. I felt, why are they victimizing this council? Why are they victimizing our planning department? What have we done wrong? What have we done wrong? We have bravely grown our housing supply as fast as we could do in a fully built out city that's already built out for as long as I've been here. Councillors like myself, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Thompson, Perks even, and Peruzza, who came the next term, we were struggling to add affordable housing to our development applications before there were even programs. We had to etch them out. There wasn't a housing affordability office like Ms. Bond runs now. There was Sean Gadden and a secretary. That was it. But we did it because we knew it was needed, and the province kept telling us in their growth policies they needed it. During the Tory years, what have we done? What have we done wrong? Mayor Tory, Councillor Bailau, ponied up our housing services funds, created Housing Now, some of our own dollars put forward, and our own land, so that the private sector could make a pretty penny on land that we offered to increase. What were we doing wrong there? Some of them are already built now, and the rest are in the hopper and coming along. Some in Councillor Pasternak's ward. I don't know what we're doing wrong there. I don't know why the province needs to meddle with that. All of us have had those awkward meetings. Our new councillors will soon have them, where you kind of have to break your residents' hearts, where you explain to them that the provincial growth policy trumps the official plan, and that we're going to have to do some intensification here. That's what comes with transit. And we've never said no. It's happened. We've intensified wherever we have been supposed to intensify according to provincial policy. Rental replacement, we've done it. It's hard, it's expensive, sometimes for us, sometimes for the developer, but we've done it. But we've gone further than that. We've also done the tower renewal program, where in the suburbs, you don't even have to demolish the rental. We're now letting you build the new buildings right beside on Tower of the Park sites and intensifying right beside the existing tenants. We've found every solution we can to increase housing, and we've never stopped. Not Chief Planner Linton or any of the chief planners before him, all the way back to Paul Bedford. So I have to ask myself, what are we doing wrong that the province thinks they have to behave this way to make a housing unit or two get built in the city of Toronto? This mayor and the mayors before him have done what they can and have done really as fast a job as you can do in a fully built out city, which is what we've been ever since amalgamation. We're a fully built out city. So we're exercising every little piece of land we can find. We don't have miles and miles of brown belt and green belt. It's all stuff that serves infrastructure purposes. But wherever we could, we've done it, and we keep doing it. They're so busy they can't even breathe in any of our 4 planning service districts. So why penalize us? And now, what are we doing for Bill 23? I dare say, we saw the policy planning chief sitting beside our chief planner. We've distracted all of this activity and all of this growth to sit down and pore over these policies and try to figure out what the hell this means. They've been changing the rules since 2018 with 108, 109, 23, Bill 3 just this week. They just keep changing the rules. And every time we got to put down our application pencils and pick up our policy pencils and figure out what it means. Let us just do the work we need to do to get the applications through, to get the affordable housing programs we want to do through, to get the modular supportive housing. Councillor Crawford and Councillor Bradford can tell you how important that is, and we shouldn't be distracted from that work. This province has done nothing but distract our ability to get on with building the housing that every new councillor, when was the last time we had a new council walk in the door and every single one of them ran on creating housing? Every single one of them. So don't distract us, let us build.
Thank you. Please. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask the city clerks to place the 3 motions onto the screen. Do my best to remember them. The first is to request a report to the Planning Housing Committee on guiding principles to assist City Council in gauging planning importance when considering requests that City Council initiate a TLAB appeal. May I see the next one, please? This is to include enhanced reporting in the financial impact sections of planning reports on the effects of Bill 23. And the third motion, and I'll just skip ahead because I'm out of time, is to ask for an enhanced campaign to communicate the effects of Bill 23 to the public. I'm going to touch very quickly on the first motion. I did speak to the solicitor and the chief planner. I think it's really important for this council to take notice of one of the little things buried in here is going to be the increased public pressure on councillors to get into the business of TLAB appeals, because as it's written so far, members of the public will not be able to do that. That really concerns me because that's an enormous amount of resources, and that takes up this council's time in getting involved in things which might be construed as neighbor disputes. And that's one thing that the current legislation allows us, the process allows for 2 people to go figure it out. And I think we need to take notice of that. The other is, and I just more generally about this legislation, I don't think people understand what's coming. I think there are fundamental changes to what our neighborhoods are going to be like coming out of this. And it's going to come fast, and people are going to wake up next to a triplex next to their house, and they're going to call their counselor and say, where did this come from? The answer back is it was enabled a little while ago through provincial legislation. That's why I'm really hoping we can do a little better to communicate about this. The planner talked about how fundamental it is to have civic engagement. And what I'm worried about is we are increasingly in this world, in this city, where there is contempt for government. There's no trust in government. You see it because less and less people seem to be showing up at these development meetings to voice their opinion. They feel like no one's listening. How many of you have never heard that before? I certainly have. It's a given decision. That's what worries me when I see material like this before me, is people are put off and they've given up. I don't think we need to be in a status like that. I think we can do better. I think we need to get this information out to people so they understand how important these changes are. And if you're okay with a change to the neighborhood, maybe you'll think twice about the cost that this is going to bring forward on you. This housing mania. More. Well, who's going to pay for it? This report tells us that if the changes go through the way that we see them, you can expect your taxes to go up. You can expect the existing residents of the city to subsidize this financially. And if it's not directly financially, you're going to subsidize it by putting up with the increases in density and the changes to your neighborhood. And I understand there's varying opinions on that, but not everybody wants to see the increased density. Many people in this city like it the way that it is. That's why they moved into where they moved in. That's why they worked all their life to pay their mortgages or pay their rent and enjoy the little piece of community, the little piece of peace that they have in this city. And if you don't understand that as a councillor, I don't know what you've been doing. I think this is a chance to voice our opinion on this. And the most important piece out of this report that I gleaned, though, and I'll read it. There's nothing in the bill compelling a developer to advance an approval or to pass forward any cost saving to consumers. There's nothing in the bill to address the issue of affordability in the market. And why are we doing it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, you want a question?
Yeah,
Councillor
just a quick
Holiday?
question. The mover, that you have the one motion, I think it was the first one you moved. No, I'm sorry, I think it's been reordered somewhat by the clerks. The motion that you have about informing the community about built form and effects on the neighborhood, you understand that in terms of the neighborhood density, Council has already begun consideration of that in principle in the enhancing housing opportunities and neighborhoods work that was done last term. So if we have an information campaign, we'll also be telling them about the work we've already done in previous council as a matter of city policy.
I appreciate that, Councillor Carroll, that there's some overlap, that there is an EHON website.
So you
But
would
I,
include
but,
that
but I,
in-
but I think, you know, that's already out there, but I think it's really important to talk about the various pieces of this.
But you wouldn't mind if they informed them of all of the work that combines city and province?
I'm okay with that because there's
Okay.
existing council policies, but there's a lot more in what I'm suggesting that they talk about, which
Yeah.
is including the financial and civic engagement are words that hopefully made it onto the screen. I did an amendment.
100%, 100%.
Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to
Thanks.
clarify.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, question, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Madam Speaker, I just have a request for a friendly amendment, if my colleague will agree. In item 1, just reading the last sentence, Bill 23, with an emphasis on new costs that will need to be paid by ratepayers.
Yes.
Would you change that word to residents?
Yeah, that's my intent to capture everyone, for sure. I meant ratepayers because in my view, it pertains to taxpayers and those that pay rent because those costs flow through indirectly. But
Residents is
but
considered more universal.
I am okay with that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Councillor Perks, you have a question to Councillor Holiday?
Yes, Councillor Holiday, your motion with regard to the T-Lab
Yes.
I just want to understand if you're okay that the city solicitor be part of the conversation in drafting that report. My concern is that given that we appoint the members of the TLAB, council developing directions on telling them what to do could create sort of a conflict for us. So would you be, I assume you're comfortable with the city solicitor reviewing that as well?
Yes, I hope that that's in the wording of the language. I thought I had asked for the city solicitor and the chief planner to report to planning and housing. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to make a couple of comments with respect to this bill as well. I have a motion, Speaker, sorry, that I'd like to put on the screen there, and it's self-explanatory. Basically asking the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, through a majority vote of the legislature, to rescind Bill 23. Speaker, this Bill 23 is called the More Homes Built Faster Act, 2002. How many people knew that? Oh, not many people knew that. So let me say that again. Bill 23 is called the More Homes Built Faster Act, 2002. Councillor Sachs knew that it was called that. That's very good. Listen, let me ask you another question. How many people here know how many housing units the industry was able to build in the city of Toronto over the last 10 years? Let me provide that number as well. 167,000 housing units. So how many housing units did we build over the last 10 years here in the city of Toronto? 167,000 units. How many housing units have been approved in the city of Toronto that have not been built yet? Councillor Sachs says about the same number. She is absolutely correct. So we've approved about 162,757 units that have not yet been built. And we were able to build over the past 10 years about 167,000 units, given, interest rates were very, very low, given the industry was very, very competitive, material and labor costs kind of began to grow, but they were still very competitive, right? So technically, if no more housing units were approved beyond today, the industry has roughly 167,000 units, which they'll be able to build over the next 10 years. So they have 10 years worth of approvals. They got 167,000 units approved. It'll take them over 10 years to build. If you had interest rates that were as competitive as 3, 4, 5 years ago, if you had material labor costs that were as competitive as 3, 4, 5 years ago, you think that they'll be able to build 167,000 units given where things are today over the next 10 years? Probably not. Probably not. Steel. Steel has gone from $1,000 a ton over the last number of months to over $3,000 a ton. The war in the Ukraine has shut that tap off. The price of steel will continue to skyrocket. It will. Most of the steel now comes from China. They're closing off whole quarters if one person gets COVID. Ask the Apple people about phones and the availability of cell phones. So, the More Homes Built Faster Act. Somebody at Queen's Park thinks the entire world, other than them, are idiots. They do. They must be looking outside those stained glass windows at Queen's Park and saying the rest of the world out there are absolute idiots. We can pull anything over them. We can name an act the More Homes Built Faster Act, and they're all going to believe it. So this bill does a whole bunch of other things, but doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. What it does do is it transfers the cost. They think they're helping developers, but they're not even really helping developers. They may at the end of the day, right? But they're really not even doing that, because Economics 101 just simply suggests that, you know what, you take the cities out of the equation in terms of their development charges, right? It just means that materials and labor costs move into that space.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Oh,
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker, I was just getting revved up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to.
Wow. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've actually, working with the clerk on a motion very similar to Councillor Perruzza's, except that Mr. Perruzza's motion calls for the legislature to rescind Bill 23, but Bill 23 hasn't passed and is not going to pass now. There's a comment period until the 9th. So my proposal and my proposed motion is that this council should pass a resolution opposing the passage of Bill 23. Sure, withdraw or oppose. My point is it shouldn't pass. So let me speak to that. The mayor's motion with the amendments and additions from Councillor Malik and Bravo, these are useful. And if they're successful here today, and if the province were to accept them, they would moderate some of the atrocious damage that Bill 23 is going to create, but it still leaves a lot of damage. One area, of course, is that the mayor's motion focuses on the impact on the City of Toronto as an organization in particular, and doesn't address at all any of the impacts outside the boundaries of the city. So our mayor's motion doesn't deal at all with the impacts on the conservation authorities, doesn't deal with the impact on the Greenbelt, doesn't deal with the impact on sprawl, doesn't deal with the impact on flooding, on drought, on erosion, on our ravines, on congestion, on air quality, on human health, on our ability to withstand the increasing hammer blows of climate change, all of which are being badly, badly damaged by Bill 23, more outside the city than in, but also inside the city. So, and also insurance costs. And in addition, we have this question of the enormous financial cost to the city corporation, which we've heard is at least $350 million a year. Now, the mayor's motion calls for the province to provide us with funding to make that up. I mean, that'd be great. But the practice of the provincial government for many years has been, when they do something like this, they hand out a little money as a sweetener. They give you a bowl of candy, and they say, listen, here's some money. Don't complain so much. And maybe they cover the first year's expenses, and maybe they cover the second year's expenses, but they don't cover it for very long. The money's not permanent. It's not predictable. It's not reliable. It's entirely a political question. And it vanishes a few years later, as we saw with the Clean Water Act and many other things. And so the harm that this bill will do isn't going to be solved very much, even if we got all the things the mayor's asked for. It'll be not quite as horrible, but it's not going to be fixed. Now, I know the province doesn't really give a damn about what we have to say, but we should at least be standing up and saying this bill is bad for the people of Toronto. This bill is bad for the City of Toronto. This bill is bad for the area that we live in, and we oppose it. I think we should at least stand up and say that. We've heard passionate presentations from the staff, from my colleagues, about many of the different kinds of harm that this bill will do. And there are more that we haven't had time to talk about. So let's at least stand together and say to the people, to the press, to the province, this is a very bad bill, do not pass it. We should try. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow to speak? No, you. Councillor Matlow to speak. No, it's okay. I turned it on, Councillor Cole. Thank you.
Just on a point of order, I want to make sure that my motion wasn't lost since Councillor Pruse's and mine are similar. So my friendly amendment, since Bill 23 has not yet passed, they don't need to rescind it, simply say that it should not pass. Is that acceptable?
She did that at the beginning of her speech when we said rescind, and she said rescind.
But she
Well,
didn't move.
but it's not passed
There was
yet.
no motion, Councillor Pruitt. Yeah, well, okay, just deal with the clerk. Councillor Sachs, the clerk will work with you on that, okay? So Councillor Matlow's motion's ready yet? Okay, Councillor Matlow, go ahead. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Sachs and I are on the same identical page, and she spoke very well. My two motions really focus in on two items in particular, just in case, lo and behold, Premier Ford doesn't withdraw the entire bill. So one is focusing in on Section 111 and working with our legal team to develop a strategy, if it's possible, to take legal action to protect tenants. And this, it will, I hand it to, obviously, our legal team to provide that report to committee if it's possible, and if so, what that could be, to ensure that we fight for tenants. And I will add that, that there is a Toronto-Ontario cooperation and consultation agreement that has not been done adequately. There has been zero genuine consultation on changing any of the regulations to that section, never mind the preponderance of this bill, the changes that it would impact. And then the other item is our strong and forceful position that the Greenbelt must be protected, and that the conservation authorities' roles and responsibilities must be retained. And the reason I move these, first of all, with respect to tenants, like many of you, and those who are new will experience this very soon, regardless of the ongoing debate about each ad hoc development, when a development happens, it often displaces tenants who live in a building. And those tenants, at the very least, now under the City of Toronto Act, have tools that we possess to protect them even though they're going through a life upheaval. We're able to ensure that they have the right of return to either the new building or somewhere in the community at a rent that's comparable to what they're paying today, so they can continue to live in the community that they call home. We are able to help them with the moving costs, even the gap, the delta in the cost of living in the neighborhood during the construction period. These are very limited but very important powers that we have under the City of Toronto Act that could be threatened if this is removed. We must fight for tenants across our city who will be displaced and then we'll find that they can no longer afford to live in the city. And I'm talking about every demographic of tenants. I'm talking about young parents whose kids may go to the local school. And those of you who have young kids like me, you know that those friendships, those relationships mean everything to our kids. And if they have to leave their neighborhood, let alone the city, the disruption to their life, the disruption to those kids' lives are, in many cases, unbearable. If you're a senior, if you're somebody who is experiencing dementia, perhaps, the neighborhood you live in, the community you live in is everything. And if you are displaced and your life goes through upheaval, that impacts your quality of life and your longevity. In fact, what the government is doing is unfair to every single age bracket, every demographic in our entire city, and we need to take a stand. And with respect to the Greenbelt, like those lives that I just referred to, there's no going back. This bill is about corruption and destruction, and we have to take a stand. Like Councillor Perks made one of the best speeches I've heard in this chamber. He said it, he nailed it. This is about helping Doug Ford's friends. Let's just say it plainly. At the expense of our watersheds, our aquifers, wildlife corridors, and the last remaining green space and prime agricultural lands that we have in this region. If we want food security, if we want clean water, if we want good health, we have to fight for our green belt, and this council must take a stand. And frankly, I don't need to convince you because I know you know that already. And with respect to the conservation authorities, they are often the last kind of guardrail that we have to ensuring that when decisions are made about those environmentally sensitive lands, that they're done thoughtfully based on evidence. But boy, are they an inconvenience to some developers who want to make, well, I was going to say get rich, get richer. So now the government is just going to like toss away their basic roles and responsibilities? We have to take a stand. In fact, we are a member of the Toronto Region Conservation Authority. They are a proud partner, and we need to have their back. I am with Councillor Sachs, I am with Mayor Tory. We are together in combating this atrocious bill.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the recommendations contained in the supplementary report that our fantastic staff put together and was released yesterday. There's a number of them, and I think these are important for us to pass today. I'd like to speak a little bit about Bill 23, what could be one of the most damaging pieces of legislation to this city, our sustainability, our equity, and our prosperity going forward. You heard in my questions today, this legislation came forward less than a month ago. And unfortunately, it came forward absent the type of conversations and consultations and discussions with the people who really understand how this place works. With our CFO, with our city manager, with our chief planner, with our housing secretariat. This is a bill about housing. It's about making it more affordable, more accessible, and easier to build. All of the things I think us folks here in this council are united on. And yet this bill, as it's written today, as it is drafted today, precisely undermines those objectives. We heard about the financial toll. We heard about the effective downloading of these services onto the City of Toronto without a means to recoup the revenue to pay for them. But the need isn't going away. The expectations are not changing. Our housing secretariat and all those vital, important, affordable housing programs that we have built as a city, as colleagues, and as a council, out the window. $1.3 billion impact on a 10-year capital plan. A $230 million impact to the City of Toronto annually, and no additional means to recoup that kind of revenue. That's a bad deal, and that's something that undermines the future sustainability of this city. Some of you may know I used to be a planner. Sometimes I still think I am. I've talked to a lot of folks in the building community. I like the building community. I like people that build housing. But I've never once had a conversation with a builder who's told me that our rental replacement policy is an impediment to building housing. In fact, we've built a lot of housing. We've built a lot of housing, and we've also retained a lot of those very important affordable rental units. I've also never heard a builder tell me that the Toronto Green Standard has been a problem to moving a development forward. Not once. Never heard it. So we all have to stand here and we have to ask those questions. Where did these recommendations come from? Who are they talking to? We weren't talking to the folks in this building. We weren't talking to our staff. They weren't talking to us. They weren't talking to folks in Toronto. And so as the regs stand today, we can't support them. Now I go back to our shared values and the mission and the things that we want to accomplish as a city and as a province, as Torontonians. We do want to build more housing. In fact, this council is laser focused on that. And I'm happy to roll up my sleeves and work with anybody that wants to do that. But what's been put on the table today kneecaps this city, kneecaps future generations, and it limits our ability to deliver the affordable housing that will be absolutely needed for our future success and prosperity as a city. And lastly, I wanted to just touch on the motion moved by our colleague, who I got a lot of time and respect for, but the motion that asks for us to vote on whether or not we need a city planning department. And I know that was taken in jest and lighthearted. I think the point was made. But these guys have been beaten up. We talk about the shortages in staff. We talk about the vacancies. These staff have been working overtime for years and years and years. And in fact, over the past 4 years, with this government, change order after change order, trying to get our municipal comprehensive reviews up to date, trying to respond to transit-oriented communities, PMTSAs, Bill 109, expedited timelines, 90 days to review applications. And for us to stand here and pass a motion like that, for you to vote yes on that, that discredits this chamber and it discredits the hard work of some of the best professional planning staff in this country. You got to vote no on that. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motion. Councillor Moore.
Oh, point of order, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Cole?
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw my motion in regards to the planning department.
So Councillor Cole wants to withdraw his motion. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, there's a few minutes delay. Yeah. Well, okay, let's, Gord, Okay. Okay. 5-minute recess. But Counselor, Councillor Cole, Councillor Perruzza, please take your seats. Councillor Bravo. Councillor Myers, you ready to speak? Okay, Councillor Myers. Okay, go ahead. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher.
I would like to move it's okay. I would like to move a motion for approval to motion 6C be amended by adding the words the Greenbelt, climate change, affordable housing, rental protections, community infrastructures, parks. So the motion now reads as follows. So the motion would read as follows. City Council direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning to commence a public information campaign to inform all city residents of the impacts on Bill 23 and the changes to neighborhoods prevailing, built forms, housing, civic engagement, the Greenbelt, climate change, affordable housing, rental protections, community infrastructure, parks, and cost of living that it may bring about. Thank you.
Councillor Myers, you have 5 minutes. Did you want to speak to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm new. I think it's really important to broaden the scope of engagement that we have with residents by making the things that we talk about in the public information campaign more relevant, particularly to the younger generation who have significant concerns over the Greenbelt, over climate change, over affordable housing, and that we make sure that it matters to people so that especially renters, especially in wards like Ward 23, where they often feel like these debates don't really affect their lives. It's important that we make it very clear how these bills will have a material impact on their lives. And I think also that the community infrastructure portion and the parks portion will also make that more appealing and more relatable to the people of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Just a question on my CMP timed out. I'm wondering, Councillor, if you would consider adding heritage onto that list, because it will severely impact our ability to maintain incredible heritage we have throughout the city.
Yes, I would.
Thank you. And I don't know what you have to do that. Pardon me?
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, can you repeat that, please?
It would be ask Councillor Myers if he would consider adding heritage on the list, the impact to heritage.
Okay, so you're okay with that, Councillor Myers? Okay,
Chair.
thank you. So we do have, okay, Councillor, just a sec, you have a few questions here. So Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the councillor, I just wondered if your interpretation is of broad latitude for the benefit of the chief planner, because we're asking for a lot, and we heard today how stressed and stretched the planning department is. And when I originally wrote the motion, it said direct and it was quite finite, but if we're expanding it, which I'm not opposed to, if we can grant the chief planner a fair amount of latitude in how they engage on the campaign so that it's reasonable and deliverable, would you agree that that's the intent behind the motion and the expansion of it?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. That was all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, Councillor Myers, my question, given the greater breadth of the proposed information campaign that you've proposed, if you've given any thought to perhaps a cooperative information campaign with, that didn't just, what isn't just addressed to the residents of the City of Toronto. So if you think about who are the people to whom information should be directed and why are we directing information, part of it is just to tell people bad things are happening. Part of it might be to help build a political coalition to reduce those bad things. And then it's not just City of Toronto residents, there are other stakeholders, and then of course there are the municipalities around us. So I don't want to add to the burden of Mr. Lintern and his staff, but is there some question about, is there some opportunity here to cooperate with our neighboring municipalities in sharing such information?
I believe those questions would be best left interpreted to staff, as they already have a significant workload. I don't want to add to it. I think just giving them the latitude and the flexibility to interpret that, I think is the best course of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if I could ask the clerk now to put the motions on the screen. Mr. Sachs, I understand that you're going to withdraw your motion, correct? Okay, so Councillor Sachs is withdrawing her motion. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen and we'll vote. Okay, motion one by Mayor Tory is on the screen. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. You want that recorded? Okay, Councillor Fletcher would like the mayor's motion recorded. Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Thank you. In the affirmative. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, motion one carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Next motion. Motion two by Councillor Bravo. On favor? Opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Next motion. Motion 3 by Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher would like a recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, motion 2 carries unanimously. 26 in favor. Pardon me, Madam Speaker, that was motion 3. Carries unanimously.
Okay, our next motion. Motion 5 by Councillor Malik. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford via CMP, please. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Perruzza? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, motion 5 carries unanimously. 26 votes in favor.
Okay, the next motion. Motion 6A by Councillor Holliday. On favor? Carried. Next motion. Six B by Councillor Holliday, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Councillor Thompson, please. No. In the negative. Thank you. Speaker, motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 9 to 17.
Okay, next motion. You got confused. Okay, we need someone to reopen. Mayor Tory, all in favor, carry. Let's redo that vote. Six B.
Councillor Perruzza, please, how do you vote? In the negative. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir? In the negative. Thank you. Speaker, motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 5 to 21.
Okay, our next motion. Motion 11 by Councillor Myers. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Next motion. Okay, motion 6C by Counselor Holliday, as amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Next motion. Motion 7 by Counselor Perruzza. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Motion 9A, it's on the screen. Counselor Matlow, on favor. Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. How do you vote? In the affirmative? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please. In the affirmative. Thank you. Speaker, motion 9A carries. The vote is 25-1.
Next motion. 9B by Counselor Matlow. Recorded vote.
Councillor Chang, are you able to vote, please? Councillor Thompson, please. Yes. In the affirmative. Councillor Perruzza, please. In the affirmative. Thank you. Motion 9B carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, next motion. Motion 10 by Counselor Bradford. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, item is amended. On favor, recorded.
Councillor Thompson, please. In favor. In the affirmative. Councillor Perruzza, please. In the affirmative. Speaker, the item is amended, carries unanimously. 26 votes in favor.
Okay, great. Okay, members of council, we have just a few things that we have to do before we recess, adjourn. So members, during yesterday's session, the mayor indicated that an agenda item related to Bills 3 and 39 will be considered at the December meeting. That agenda item may include proposed amendments to the council procedures, Chapter 27 of the Toronto Municipal Code, to align it with the new statutory provisions. The city clerk has asked me to therefore give notice, as required by Section 27-3.6 of the council procedures, that amendments to the council procedures are likely to be proposed at our next meeting. This notice will be recorded in the minutes of this meeting.
On a point of order,
Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I'm going from memory. When we follow this process to have noticed that the procedures bylaw is coming, is that not considered by committee of the whole?
Clerk? No.
Madam Speaker, I don't, I'm not sure what the member's speaking about, but there's not a committee of the whole rule related to that. Council may amend its council procedures by either having it coming through committee or by giving notice at the previous council meeting.
I understand that, but, and again, I didn't think that this would be coming here, but my memory of the procedures bylaw is that when council, either receiving it from committee or giving notice as we have just done, ask for a debate at a subsequent council meeting on the procedures bylaw, that is considered by committee of the whole. That's my memory of the procedure bylaw.
Madam Speaker, that is not correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
An additional point of order. Speaker, I've received information that there is a very strong likelihood that Bill 39 will do its hearings, the legislature will do its hearings on Bill 39 next week, and will be in position to approve Bill 39 prior to December 8th, in other words, prior to our next council meeting. Is that, have we received any information from Queen's Park on that?
I don't know. Does anybody know? No. No. There's no information.
In the event that council or the mayor or the city manager receives information to that effect, could we arrange to have a special meeting prior to the final debate at the legislature on Bill 39? Perhaps the mayor, who can call special meetings, would like to comment.
Yeah, right now we're at a point of order, Councillor.
And this is my point of order.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
We heard from the mayor yesterday that his intention was that we would have an opportunity to debate Bill 39 at council. And now that I have this information, that they have scheduled the committee hearings for next week and could quite likely approve the entire piece of legislation prior to our next council meeting, I think that we had an undertaking that we would have an opportunity to debate it. And I'd like to understand if the mayor is prepared to call a special council meeting prior to final debate in Queen's Park.
I understand. Yeah. Yeah. So a point of order is not debatable. So Councillor Perks, thank you.
I'm trying to make a point of order
Yeah.
asking that
Yeah.
specific thing.
Yeah. Well, we don't have an answer. Okay. Mayor Tory?
I can't hear.
Information. Speaker, I will check with, I have no such information whatsoever, zero. But I also will check with our staff, who were, as I said yesterday, preparing a report on Bill 39. I don't know how they can complete that report before the bill is further along than it is, but I'll check on that, both those two things. I have no information whatsoever on that, zero.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, thank you. Members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Moyes, you have a motion. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee and council considered submissions and making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Okay. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce certain bills?
Yes,
Councillor
Madam
Bravo.
Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce bills 1 to 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Show of hands carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226(9) of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Malik, you have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills. And if you can stand when you move a motion, please. Thank you. Yes.
Okay,
There you go.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council Meeting 1 on November 23rd and 24th.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, thank you, members of council. First council meeting. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.